We are going to begin shortly. Please have a seat. Good morning, everyone. We are about to start, so please take a seat. Please join us. Grab your coffee and take a seat. Okay. Not sure who your mother was, but you don't listen, do you? We're about to start. Please grab a seat. Celine, go herd the cats.
It's very difficult to hear back there.
Oh, is it? Hard to hear?
Yeah, it was almost impossible to hear.
I got the blue one.
It said number 1A. Which hand were you on?
Doesn't say. 3?
3. Okay, got my 3. I turned up those speakers in the back.
Okay. Okay. Good morning. We're about to start. Please grab your coffee and grab your seat. Like herding cats, man. Should I tell them that the session's going to really be a pole dancer instead?
No, do not do that.
It might get them in here. Well, I'll start it. So good morning, those of you that are here. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. I'm Deb Tillett. I'm the president of ETC, and we are the City of Baltimore's Technology and Innovation Center. And we are here celebrating 10 years of Baltimore Innovation Week. And there is a technically representative here, but he's not here. Anyway, we have been in a partnership with Technically for these 10 years. And in the last 5, ETC has taken over Baltimore Innovation Week and has pulled it all together. This would not be possible were it not for Celine go Celine, and Brendan McAdams and Brianna Massey, who also is with ETC. So that said, I want to introduce Brendan McAdams, who will be doing today's first session. As you can see, 3 things to consider when applying to an accelerator. And he will tell you this, but I will too. We kicked off Accelerate Baltimore 10 years ago, and we were the first accelerator in the city of Baltimore, and it has been amazing over the years for the investment that the Able Foundation has made. They have gotten the return on their investment and then some. We've worked with 52 companies. They have gone on to raise an additional $40 million from their original $25,000 investment. 48 actually 68% are women-owned minority businesses, and it's a absolutely thriving accelerator. So with that, Brendan, before you run away, it's your turn.
Thanks for showing up. Can you hear me okay? Thanks for showing up. I think of myself as kind of a warm-up act for the full week. So, everything gets better from this point on. So I will, before I kick off and talk about the Accelerator program and how to think about it, I do want to say that this is going to be a great week. There's just a lot of great speakers throughout the week. And we've got stuff going on basically from 9 a.m. Every day to into the evening, happy hours every evening. We wrap up on Friday with a big celebration that also kind of coincides with open mic pitch night. So if you've got a pitch and you want to get up and talk, there's free beer. You should attend that. I also have to recognize Maryland Department of Commerce. They're our premier sponsor in this event, and so, kudos to them for investing in this so anyway, enjoy this week and make the most of it. You should have a chance to network and meet a lot of new people. And with that, I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about accelerators and why you should do them and how to optimize your application, really, so that you give yourself the best chance of being selected. First of all, anyone here planning to apply for an accelerator? Anyone? All right. Well, this would be for you. So the first thing I would say is I ran the Accelerator this last year on behalf of ETC, Accelerate Baltimore. As Deb mentioned, the first accelerator in the region. It's been going on consistently for now the last 10 years, and the 11th year is coming up. And so it's been a great program. There are now a whole bunch of them in the area. There's Conscious Venture Labs. There's stuff that Upsurge is doing. There's 1501 that's Care First is doing. There are a bunch. So obviously, we'd love to have you apply to Accelerate Baltimore, but there are other great avenues out there that may even be more appropriate for your particular business idea. I'm also running Pioneer, which is an early stage kind of startup training program, and so hope to do that again. And so if you have questions about that, catch me afterwards. So the first thing I would say is, why should you apply? Why should you apply to an accelerator at all? And basically, it's just a great exercise to do, even if you're not selected, because it's great training in the event that you want to ultimately go and raise funds. So you're talking to investors. This is good. It's good practice for that. And being in one is good. Is really excellent for knowing how investors think. That's part of the curriculum. It's good from just a general sales standpoint. It kind of and the tips that I'm going to focus on are very applicable just to sales and being customer acquisition in general. It's great for recruiting, and it's just good exercise. So I have basically three key points that I want to make in the course of the next few minutes, and that is, the first one is when you make an application for an accelerator, and this is true just in general, and that is, you want to be concise, you want to be specific, and you want to be very clear at what you do. When for Accelerate Baltimore, we got over 100 applications. So there's a lot of reading involved for the people that are looking at and evaluating the application. So it can become very tedious to try and figure out what it is you're applying, what your business is, who you serve, what your business model is, those sorts of things. And so these are very important positions, very important kind of criteria for you to address. And you want to do so as crisply and as simply as possible, because we're reading a lot of stuff. And if we have to dive in and try and figure out what it is you do, it just makes it very hard for us to evaluate you favorably. So the things you want to keep in mind when you talk to or when you communicate your application for an accelerator, and by the way, this is going to be true when you talk to investors or customers as well, is who is your customer? You got to be very specific about telling us who's your customer, what's their problem, and what it is that you do specifically or you're aspiring to do to benefit that customer. It's not about you. It's not about your great features or your application. Really, it's really about, do you understand who your customer is, what the extent of their pain is, how they're doing things today, and why your solution is going to be better. And this is universally important language to be able to communicate, and it applies just as much when you're applying to an accelerator. And so when I think in terms of being concise, what I mean is you're living this problem. You're thinking about this all the time. And so there's an inclination among founders and early startup people, creators, is to kind of jump ahead and think in terms of already making certain assumptions that the customer understands or the reader understands, and they typically don't. You may use jargon that's specific. You may be making assumptions that the reader won't have access to. You may be talking about a particular industry, if it's construction or cyber, and the person reading and evaluating the application may not understand that industry. So you have to make it very simple and specific and compelling from the standpoint of the reader and ultimately whomever your customer is. So these are things that I think if there's one thing to take away in all of this, it's this. It's that you have to make it very simple, very specific, very readable in as few words as possible. And if you can do that, the likelihood of being selected goes up dramatically. It's amazing how many of the applications we got, we didn't really understand who the company was trying to serve. And so if you can get to that, you've increased the likelihood that you're going to be selected. You're going to increase the likelihood you're going to make sales and get investments and those sorts of things. So this is all just very, very important. The next thing I'd say is, and this often goes without being properly appreciated, is when you make that application, when you go into the process with an accelerator, know what it is that you want to get out of it and articulate that specifically as part of the application. What is it that you intend to do? What is it you intend to get out of it? And one of the things is it do you want to meet more people? Do you want to find investors or mentors? Do you want to get better ideas, and collaborate? What are the things? Do you want funding? Probably that's not the lead. That's not. We'll talk about that secondarily. But what are the things that you expect to get out of the program? As a reader of these applications, I want to know what it is that you hunger for. What is it that you want to get out of this? How are you going to gain from being in the program? And if it's a specific kind of a accelerator like 1501 is specific for healthcare, then you want to be specific about, these are the sorts of things I want to understand about this particular industry. These are the sorts of introductions I'm hoping to get. That this is where I want critiques on my application, whatever it happens to be. So think about that when you make that application. What is it you expect to get out of it? And the converse is what is it that you bring to the equation? What is it you bring to the cohort? One of the things, the big thing, one of the big advantages of being in an accelerator is the collaborative element of it. It's how much the group gets along with and contributes to the ideas and the advancement of your business. And so in a accelerator, there are a lot of opportunities to collaborate and get feedback from others and to give feedback. And so as an evaluator of accelerator applicants, I want to see what you bring to the equation. What can you bring? You have specific skills. That's why you're here. That's why you're applying. Maybe it's you're really good at graphics, or your application development, or you really have certain industry knowledge that you can share. Those things you want to make sure that you make those apparent in the application. In the last cohort, I had one of the cohort members present on mobile development, mobile application development. So it benefited me as the program director to have folks in the program who could actually contribute in a very formal way, and it worked out incredibly well. So think in terms of how you're going to bring your value to the group. That's what the evaluators, that's what accelerators, groups are looking for, is how can you make the whole thing better? How can you contribute to that momentum, that flywheel? And so in a similar way, we want people that are eager to be in it. So one of the things you want to do as you convey what you bring, one of it's a level of energy, a level of commitment. You're going to be part of it. And so you need to find some way to convey that in your application. So those are my kind of 3 points, but there are bonus tips that I've got in here. So one of the things I like to talk about is, or I think that's very important to understand, is many of these accelerators, Accelerate Baltimore is included in that. We provide $50,000 as a convertible note to each of the cohort participants. So one of the things you'll want to do, you'll be expected to explain, is if there's money involved, how are you going to use it? And the more compelling your use is going to, that you can explain, the better off you're going to be. So if you know that you need money for application development, if you can be very specific, I need this amount of money because I have these 2 developers and they're building these 3 modules, and you can explain that very coherently, that's advantageous to you. So knowing that, you probably don't want to talk much about the money is being used for your salary if you can avoid that. We, as Accelerator, we want to see people living on ramen and just putting everything back into their business, right? So keep that in mind. On that topic, it's not wrong to ask how does the money work? Like, what's the dilution? What's the impact on you? So you can be prepared to ask that. I would probably hold off on those sorts of questions until after you've been, made the short list or been selected. To me, I'm a sales guy, and so selling is about creating a connection, getting understanding, developing trust. So one of the things you'll want to do if you're applying to an accelerator, you're talking to a VC, whatever you're doing, try to contact people beforehand. Try to develop multiple touches with them. See if you can, the likelihood of being selected goes up dramatically if we know who you are and we've had a chance to understand, and your curiosity is real. And so in that sense, if you can contact and ask questions, participate in any kind of prep sessions that for Accelerate Baltimore, we have several Q&A sessions beforehand, so you have a chance to ask questions and establish kind of a relationship with us. And the folks that do that have a bit of a leg up because we have a chance to understand you better. We have a chance to understand your business and your level of interest and that sort of thing. And that's part of what we do when we think about in terms of the evaluation process. I strongly recommend a 1-minute video. Do something. Don't get fancy. You don't have to get crazy. Shoot it on your phone. They all have cameras now. So but a minute that explains who you are, what you do. It saves us so much time. It's a level of effort. It's a level of initiative. So if you can do that, 1 minute. Just don't make it long. 1 minute, here's what you do. This is why it's important. This is why I want to be in the program. Boom, done. That's really important. I talked about the number of different accelerators. There are tons of them out there. You don't even have to be in one here. They're remote. They're spread throughout the country. Techstars has so many, you can't even count them. And they're all over the place. In some cases, you relocate there for a period of time. In some cases, they're virtual. But, look around because there are now, there are probably a couple dozen here in town. And they're all over the country. So pick the right one. Like I mentioned 1501 at Care First. If you're a healthcare, then it's very specific on healthcare. So that's going to give you a bit of leg up. They'll have contacts in that space. You'll want to get in. They'll be able to introduce you to other payers, other health plans, other provider networks. That's a huge advantage that you may not need or may not benefit from if you're if you're a construction startup, and they probably won't select you anyway. So there's that. And then finally, if you're not selected, find out why. Contact them. Now they may not tell you, But it's not quite like going to a job interview where they're in trouble if they tell you you're not going to, they don't want to get in trouble by explaining why you weren't selected. If you make the effort, if you don't get selected, at least make the effort to figure out why. Figure out what it was, that caused you not to be selected. It may be that you're not a good fit. It may be, if you've been through several of them, if you've been through 2 or 3, we're probably disinclined to select you, right? We're looking for Accelerate Baltimore, we're looking for very relatively early stage. We're oftentimes, I think of it as a bit of a feeder organization for the other startups, for the other accelerator programs. So we're oftentimes a good option if you're thinking about doing another accelerator later. Although I'm a big fan of sales and talking about sales and promoting sales as a way to avoid getting funding at all. Because if you can fund based on bootstrapping and revenue from customers, you don't have to go through that awful VC experience. It's not awful, but it's certainly time consuming. So, and that's kind of ultimately, that's my message in all of this really quickly is, it ultimately boils down to sales. Most things in this, and this is, I know, very unsavory for a lot of people to understand this, but this is all boiling down to sales. All this stuff that I'm talking about, all the things that I'm kind of, these ingredients that I'm suggesting you consider are ingredients that will benefit you just if you've got a startup, if you're starting a business, if you want to turn whatever you're doing from a hobby into a business, these sorts of practices are going to benefit you greatly. So even if just the act of applying and going through the effort is going to benefit you in terms of your development from a sales standpoint, from a customer acquisition standpoint, and I think ultimately that's where I think that's the benefit of applying to Accelerate Baltimore or any other accelerator program that you might consider. So that's kind of what I had for three plus tips with bonus, of course. And then and so with that, I'll open it up if you have specific questions, or you can get back to your coffee and your texting. Thoughts? Anyone? Questions? Yeah. You have to be louder. Sorry.
I want to know a little bit about you were listing a few accelerator programs beyond Accelerator.
Yeah.
Can you please go through that?
Let me get back here. So there are a bunch of different accelerators in the Baltimore area. We have an exhaustive list I can get for you, but I mentioned Conscious Venture Labs and the Upsurge Techstars guys, and then 1501, and they're I can't remember all of them, but we'll get you a list, and we have them all. Yeah, or not all. I think we have a lot of them. Anyone else? Other questions? Yeah.
Are you currently looking for new startups to fund or help?
We're our next. By the way, that's an excellent question. I should have said that. So we run our application process every November. End of October, we'll open up applications typically, and then we make a decision early December, and we kick things off in January. So yes, we will be looking for a next round of accelerator participants toward the very end of this year. Yeah. Yeah, you bet. And we. And if you ask how many we select. For us, it's 5. So we choose 5 companies, and they each get, as I mentioned, $50,000. And as a convertible note, in the past, it's always been funded by Able Foundation. So it's very favorable in terms of the terms and the flexibility. And it's convertible note right now. Although I think they're entertaining the idea of going to a safe note, and so which might be slightly better. But for us, it's 5. I think Techstars does 10. I don't know what 1501 does, and Conscious Venture. So, but yeah. Anything else? Yeah, fire away.
What type of company do you typically go for? Is it just biotech or is it other?
No, that's a great question. And the thing I would say, first of all, is we look for companies that are in the Baltimore area. Number one, it's because we're funded by Baltimore Development Corp, and we're really focused on driving economic activity in the city. And so we're looking for companies that are in the Baltimore area. Number one, we want, can you maybe turn that off?
I don't know how to.
We look for companies that have a technology component because we're ETC, emerging technology. So we want tech companies typically, and so it has to have a tech component. If you're like starting a food truck, that's probably not, you're not going to do well with us. But if you've got a software or a tech component, then that's a good thing. The other thing that we look for is it has to be relatively early stage for us. So if you're generating a bunch of money already, we're not a good fit. The other thing is the money has to be meaningful for you for your business. So $50,000 is very meaningful if you're developing software. It is a rounding error if you're developing a biotech device, right? We did choose a device company once this last round because it was because of the circumstances around the approach. But generally speaking, if you're a device company, like you're manufacturing something, you're going to need a lot more money. Or if you're going through FDA approval, that sort of thing, then you're going to need a lot more. 50,000 is not going to get you very far. But otherwise, we're looking for early stage kind of startup tech, and then we're pretty broad. It could be B2B, it could be B2C. We're really looking for just really clever ideas and motivated people. Yeah.
Do you ever accept anybody outside the state?
Oh yeah. We don't select anybody that's out of state, but we certainly make the preference is Baltimore City, and around Baltimore City. So, but we don't disqualify anyone unless they're outside the state.
Okay, so like, I'm from Frederick County, my business is from Frederick County, you wouldn't exclude.
No. It's the only problem for you is it's in person, so it's kind of you got to make the trip into town for the sessions, so that's a bit of a hump. But that aside, no, I don't think we wouldn't disqualify you in that regard. One of the things that we do sessions every Wednesday night. They run like 2.5, 3 hours. They also have access to this facility for 6 months as part of it, as one of the benefits of being in the program. Yeah, but basically we're looking for growth in Baltimore City and then Maryland. Anyone else? We're good? Yeah. I'm sorry. Hold on a second.
I think you had said that pre-application, you provide support to complete. Is that something you said?
For help with.
Application to complete.
Well, I mean, if we do. Oh, the question is, do we? Hold on, let me get out of the. Trying to get the feedback. The question is, do we provide help in terms of the application process? We conduct a series of informational sessions beforehand. So we'll answer any questions you have and so forth. The truth of the matter is, if you pick up the phone and call me, I'll help you out. So if you have questions specific, contact me, and I'm happy to, give you feedback and advice and that sort of thing. So we're really interested in success in the region. So it's not we're a kind of a we float all, a rising tide floats all boats sort of thing. That's why I want to promote. There are other accelerators in the area. There are other incubator programs. Our goal here is to generate more economic activity in the city. And so if you have success and you go somewhere else with another accelerator, that's fine with us. So however we can help. And then if you have questions, here's my contact information. So feel free to contact me if you have a question. I am the entrepreneur in residence here, which it basically means that I'm available to help if you have questions or comments, or you need some advice on things or questions about ETC. And so feel free to contact me. And thanks for sitting in on this. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the week. It should be really great. There are a lot of interesting conversations and presentations and a chance to network with a lot of people. So make sure you have a name tag on and go up to people and connect. And there'll be free beer on Friday. So that's why I'm here. So, good? Thanks, folks. And now it's coffee, and then we've got someone coming on at 10:15, or I think. Is it 10:15? No, 10:40. 10:40. So no, you got some free time. Yep. And does everyone have the password for the Wi-Fi here? No, Wi-Fi.
Yeah, there's signs around.
Are there signs?
And the, yeah.
What, you good?
Yeah, we're good. I'm just
I don't have to turn the mic on.
No, I don't know if you need it.
Okay.
I was like, it's gonna be an interesting week.
Hello, everyone. Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming to our session on the Startup Studio model, capitalizing on Maryland's strengths and resources to build health and medtech companies. We are from the MDC Studio. We are a startup studio in downtown Baltimore dedicated to building health and medtech companies from the early stages, even from a literal napkin sketch. We provide hands-on business engineering and fundraising support in parallel to help researchers, clinicians, and other inventors to transition their ideas from the lab to the marketplace. We were founded in 2016 by 8 clinicians and an engineer from the University of Maryland. And since then, we've created 13 companies with many more in the pipeline. We filed numerous patents and raised around $15 million for our portfolio companies. So the goal of today's session is to illustrate our startup studio model of building medtech startups and taking advantage of the strengths of the medtech ecosystem in Baltimore. We have representatives from 3 portfolio companies today. Neurosonics Medical, Numico, and Synosa Medical. So we'll start with some introductions. I can start. My name is Neo Gamo. I am the founder and CEO of Neurosonics Medical, where we've been developing a novel ultrasound device for minimally invasive neurosurgery. I'm also the Vice President of Business Development at the MDC Studio. So Stephen, would you please tell us who you are, what your role is, and a bit about your company?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Stephen Rustano. I am the kind of a dual role CEO of Synosa Medical, one of the portfolio companies, as well as MDC. I am kind of leading efforts in terms of developing many of the technologies in the companies. I have a technical background. Got my start as a getting a PhD in engineering from the University of Maryland, and came to join MDC Studio to take some of the skills that I learned in academic development and really focus those on translating technologies, really taking that next step towards something that's commercially viable. And so I kind of took those skills and pushed hard really early on in my time at MDC to learn everything that there is to know about commercializing technologies from the earliest stages, and took one of my first projects and turned that into a company that I'm leading now called Synosa, and we're developing a wearable ultrasound device for diagnosing and eventually treating obstructive sleep apnea.
Awesome, thank you. Brian?
Hello, my name's Brian Mariscalchi. Hello, my name's Brian Mariscalchi, and by training, I'm an anesthesiologist and pain medicine physician. I created Numico, and currently the founder of Numico, and our kind of company is bringing a portable device that measures ventilation quality, and kind of was integral to work with MPC, and looking forward to kind of telling you guys about that process today. Yeah, very challenging. Got both.
Yeah, so I can also give a bit of background about how I got involved in MDC. So I was actually purely an academic researcher. I came to Baltimore to do a postdoctoral fellowship in the psychiatry department at Johns Hopkins. About 5 years after that, I decided I didn't want to do that anymore. And so I jumped into the startup world. And so I teamed up with the inventor of the device that we started working on. And at the time, I had zero business background, also zero engineering background, and so I realized I needed help, and MDC really fit exactly what I was looking for in terms of getting both engineering and business support. And then after a while, I started to get involved in a lot of the other companies there, helping them out, and I just got so involved that I became the VP of Business Development there as well. Stephen, so you described a little about how you got involved with MDC. Yeah, and anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, so I think when I got involved with MDC, one of the reasons that really drove me towards an environment like this was just kind of getting excited about all of the technologies that you can develop going into graduate school, and the stories that every lab tells, every PI, every researcher tells themselves and tells the public in these publications and presentations about the good that these technologies will eventually do. And that was incredibly exciting for me too. And that's why I went to grad school. That's why I was doing that research, and I got a little bit jaded towards the end of my PhD, just really getting frustrated with the longevity of the process in terms of getting that technology out into the market. And it's really kind of always moving on to the next thing. And I really wanted to see some of those technologies actually make a difference. And so I found a place in MDC that would allow us to take some of that early stage research and really start doing that translational work so that it could have an impact in the short term as opposed to just kind of moving on to the next thing. So this has been a really fun experience for me. It's been a really educational experience, just kind of learning everything that there is in terms of a holistic view around developing not just the technology itself, but creating a sustainable business model and a company. And then actually seeing some of these early stage technologies get into a hospital and actually contact a patient has just been really inspiring from from the first day all the way to where I am today. So.
Great. And Brian, can you also tell us about your entrepreneurial journey so far and how you got involved with MDC?
Prior to working with MDC, I had tried to do it on my own. It was just me. And companies don't get started like that. They get started as working with teams. So I was writing grants, and I was doing this very unsuccessfully. I got turned down by so many grants, I almost gave up. The other thing was the lack of mentorship. It's so hard to find people who've done this. And a lot of the people who've done this, like even Hopkins alumni, they just leave. They go and they run their companies, and you never see them again. They're not kind of colleagues that I work with. So when I find myself struggling, I kind of started networking, and my business partner lives next to one of the founders of MDC, and we started talking, and then I made the introduction, and from there I was kind of blown away by kind of a team of mentors, not only people who have done it, but are in the process of doing it or have done it several times and had kind of various levels of, kind of commercialization success, grant success, and business success were able to kind of step me through that. So that was great to just have a mentor and be able to meet like-minded entrepreneurs. The second part with the grants primarily was that you have to have a team. You have to have a believable team who can kind of iterate through each of the problems that you're trying to solve with the grant and have a very kind of not only strong background, but also a successful background in doing it previously. So prior to getting in, zero grant work, got accepted into, actually an award stage. Our first grant at MDC got accepted, and then that pipeline continues. So it was very integral in raising early stage money, and culminated in, currently we have an FDA application out for a medical device. So it's very cool. Overall, kind of beginning to end, came in no mentorship experience with engineering. Though I had grant experience, it was not with a team. And I thought, kind of putting that all together was highly successful in the end. And, very hard to find. Also, the other thing that I would say on the flip side was when I started looking at like what was offered by many other startup studios, it was not any sort of favorable kind of arrangement to the entrepreneur or the company who was coming in. It was like, well, we'd like to have like 80% of your company, and we'll do the rest. This was not anything similar with MDC, which was like a let's do this together. Let me provide you resources. Let's have a reasonable kind of amount of equity that grows over time as we're both successful. In stark contrast, this was almost like gentlemen agreements with the founders. Really stark contrast to what else is out there, and even from what's involved kind of internally at Hopkins.
Yeah, I can also echo with my company what Brian said about the having the team. So when we first joined the MDC studio as one of the portfolio companies, we were able to get the TEDCO MII, or Maryland Innovation Initiative. Phase 1 award pretty early on. And so actually, Stephen was involved in helping set up a very early version of our prototype. But also, we did the I-Core program, the NSF I-Core program, for which you do need a team. So actually, the founder, Dr. Gil, the founder of MDC, Dr. Gil Blankenship, and Stephen and another teammate and I actually went through the I-Core program together. So I'm very, very grateful that Gil and Stephen actually traveled all over with me to do the customer discovery process. So that was something that was really helpful for my company as well. So Brian, I wanted to ask you, you're in addition to having your own companies, you're also a physician at Johns Hopkins. How do you balance that? How has that been so far for you?
In the beginning, I tried to do both. I tried to be a full-time physician working 5-6 days a week, and it was not successful. It really wasn't until I went down to like 1 day per week or less that it became successful in the company. But it is a very challenging thing to balance. How do I kind of do that? Mainly through early stage, it was grants. So as the grants came in, that funded my time, and it's highly incentivized in kind of the academic institutions to get grants to buy down your time to do the things that you want to do, and then eventually it kind of made sense to then pivot and do this full time and maintain a bare minimum clinical to just maintain my medical license.
Awesome, thank you. So Stephen, I'd like to talk a little about what's, the medtech ecosystem in Baltimore. What kind of resources have you been able to use, and what do you feel has really contributed to moving your company forward?
Yeah, I mean, there are quite a few resources I think you can access. I think the challenge with accessing many of these is not just finding them, but actually making good use of them. I mean, there's a lot of information out there, and there are a lot of ways to get to this information. There are a lot of organizations that can help you access it. But I think what we try to do at MDC is really try to translate that information and help you utilize it on kind of a one-on-one basis. But I have found from talking to many of the founders of MDC and other people that have come to us is that you can go to many organizations. They can tell you exactly what you need to do, but actually taking that next step, actually putting an application together for a grant, actually filing a patent, or finding an engineer, or whatever that next step might be, actually taking that step is very challenging to do on your own. And so I think despite all of the resources that we do have here, we have a lot that we can use as that that stepping stone. But actually having somebody hold your hand for that first step is probably the most important thing, and that's what we try to focus on at MDC.
So I definitely benefited from a bit of hand-holding at the beginning, at least, because I had zero background in business and engineering when I first started trying to develop a novel medical device. For me, in terms of what I've been able to take advantage of in the Baltimore ecosystem is, like I mentioned, TEDCO has been a great resource for us. We were the first grant that we got was the TEDCO MII Phase 1 award. We've continued to use TEDCO resources since then as well. But also, my team has done the local version of I-Core at Hopkins before we were able to move on to the NSF full-length I-Core. I think also I've really benefited from the network in Baltimore. I feel it's, the ecosystem still, the community is still small enough that I think everyone, a lot of people are, it's a small world, a lot of people are connected to each other, and I think people are really willing to help each other. So that's been really, really helpful. I think most of the opportunities that I've been able to get, they're not advertised somewhere. It was a lot, most of them I got through networking. So that's been really helpful for me. Also, I found that there are actually a lot of free resources that you can take advantage of. And so, for example, having mentors, even just temporarily, I've been able to get a lot of help. I was part of a pitch competition called Pitch and Mingle, run by the Maryland Innovation Center. And so through that, I had mentoring for several weeks to really clean up my pitch. So that's been really helpful to me. Brian, how about you? What kind of resources have you used in the Baltimore ecosystem?
Yeah, I think that for grant work, a lot of these are kind of federal agencies who have helped, which was like the National Institute of Health, National Science Foundation. Here, Baltimore obviously was MDC, kind of giving the basis of office space and having a startup and the experience and the mentors and the team to kind of pull off some of these grants. The second thing is with patenting. That was done through the university. So Johns Hopkins Tech Ventures was kind of integral in getting patents and submitting all of the PTC applications and going through that process, which was phenomenal. Beyond that, I think that some of the other things were kind of outside of Maryland. So like manufacturing was brought to like J-Bill. We used Latham & Watkins for our legal team. A lot of things though came from DC, so it's kind of not so far away. Like Latham & Watkins regulatory division for the FDA is in DC. Similar, don't want to muddy the waters, but there is another startup that I do work with, and we use a regulatory team of Dixon Law Firm there, which was integral for remote patient monitoring. So that was kind of some of the things in the ecosystem, and I don't want to muddy the waters, but the other company is currently in working with TEDCO, which was phenomenal. Manufacturing was with the J-Bill. That was kind of a little bit outside of Hopkins, but those were the main players. My iBank, I think, also is in outside of the Hopkins ecosystem. But putting that all together was what was important for the company, was kind of the financing, the grant, the patents, having a startup studio, and that was the complete picture and bringing the team together.
Wonderful. So Brian, you alluded to the fact that there are various startup studios, accelerators, incubators in the area, all with their own specialties and special flavors. So what would you say are the pros and cons of joining a startup studio?
Yeah, I think that these are multi-year engagements. It's very much like a long-term relationship that you want to make sure makes sense for kind of multiple reasons. I think that when I check my email every day, there's so many startup studios hitting me up and trying to get me doing virtual startup studios, in-person ones. But when you look into a lot of this, some are just purely space. They just say, hey, you want to rent an office? It's $5,000 a month. And they don't really have too much to offer. Or they just say, hey, maybe we have a lawyer come in for an hour a month and you can talk to them, or kind of minimal kind of help there. I had not really found like a quote-unquote full-service startup studio until I had joined MDC, and still, kind of of the successful ones that I know, they have a formula, which is get you money, either through grants or through internal funding mechanisms. Put people on your team to round it out no matter what you need. You don't have a CTO, we're going to give you one. You don't have somebody who can help you with grant writing, we'll give you one. You don't have an engineer, we'll give you one. That is very powerful and exactly kind of what happens. So there's the funding component, there's building out the team, and certainly that's there. And the other thing is the ask. A lot of people are going to ask for rent, they're going to ask for equity, and other various mechanisms on their end. I would say a lot don't make any sense and are very challenging to negotiate, either just from a legal perspective or from a incentives perspective. All things I think have to be put together as a whole to make something successful, and you have to kind of take each part of the company and make sure that you're able to kind of get something for each of the little domains that make a company successful.
Great, thank you. Stephen, how about you? What would you say are the pros and cons of joining a startup studio?
Yeah, I think...
and also, what should people look for?
Yeah, so I think the pros of joining a startup studio, I think we've mentioned a few different things. Basically just helping you materialize an idea and take it as far as you as the inventor really want to take it. And generally, our goal is to form a sustainable startup that you can take forward. And so, getting something to market is your priority and is something that you want to do long term, then a startup studio can be right for you if you don't really know how to take those first couple steps, and you're not afraid to give up a little bit of equity and a little bit of maybe control over how some of the things are done. You're not giving up control of your company. You're not giving up control over the trajectory. But every inventor, especially those coming from an academic environment are going to need a lot of support around them in order to make these things a reality. And that's what startup studios are really designed to do, is to, like Brian said, really round out your team and provide some of the expertise that you don't have, when you're getting started. And it's very difficult to collect those resources and build that sustainable team with just an idea or just a napkin with a drawing. And then, so because you're giving up, some of that equity, right? That is, that's a potential downside for some people who want to maintain 100% of the control and then, distribute it, in small amounts over time as they bring in new money. And so, it might not be right for everybody who is very comfortable starting a company. If you started, a handful in the past, maybe a startup studio isn't right for you. But if this is your first, second, maybe even third idea, and even the general set of things you need to do, but maybe you're in a new space, or maybe you're heading in a slightly different direction, or maybe you just have time dedicated somewhere else, like to a university or to another company, and you need a reliable group of people that can help you translate whatever it is you want to do, then a startup studio is probably right for you.
Yeah, and then I think for me, it's been particularly helpful to have this startup studio that is focused on health and med tech companies, because when you're developing a medical device, that looks very different from developing, like, I don't know, a dating app. When you have a medical device, you're going to have regulatory issues. For my company, every time we build a prototype, it takes around $50,000. So I can't, pivot every week. So there are certain things that are unique to developing a medical device. So for me, it's been really helpful to not just have that expertise, but also see several other companies that are few steps ahead of where I've been, so I can see what's coming and how they deal with it. And it's for me, it's having this team. It's very easy to say, hey, Steven, what was it like, licensing, negotiating a license with the university, and things like that. So for me, it's just been able to ask quick questions like that, which might take long. It might take longer to find answers if I didn't just have someone to just quickly ask a question. And I think for me, what was really memorable for me, where MDC really came in to really help, was actually earlier this year. We were just finishing up our NSF STTR Phase 1 award. There were a lot of delays, so we had to finish by the end of January. I was very quickly able to pull together a neurosurgeon and a couple of engineers and do a cadaver study with a very tight deadline. And so I'm not sure where else I could have made that happen so quickly. So yeah, I think that's for me. That's what's made it worthwhile to give up some of that equity for me. Okay, so Brian, please tell us, what do you hope to accomplish in the near and long-term future for your company?
Yes, and just kind of wanted to say one thing just on the backbone of that conversation was, I think that this is a highly competitive field, and it's one thing to kind of recognize that in order to be competitive for these grants and for this funding, you have to apply a lot. Like for these grants, we're submitting grants all the time. It's every week, multiple, every RFA, every BAA, every single NIH, NSF, DOD, DARPA grant. We submit anything that we can. We repurpose it. It takes a team. There are so many grant applications, and they're not all successful, and that's totally fine. High rates of failure, but you have to have that support to get it out there. But that's true with funding. That's true with the patent. You have to be aggressive on all of this, and you need that support to be able to do it, because it's highly competitive, to say the least. But then, kind of where we are. For Numico, at the moment, we're kind of in early stage transition to manufacturing, working with J-Bill and our legal teams to submit an FDA application to start, commercialization, and where we see this, the vision, the kind of mission, vision, purpose of the company is to have a device wherever ventilation and assisted ventilation is being performed, and to reduce the harms and the economic burden and impact thereof. And that was kind of, the beginning stages, because I don't think that many people, until COVID hit, may have realized that ventilators and assisted ventilation can be dangerous if done improperly, and also the volume of which we give assisted ventilation to people and the very poor prognosis, such as during CPR. Did you know there's a 10% survival? Like, would you tolerate that? Should we maybe fix it? Could we do it better? And those are the visions of, yes, for ventilation, we can do better, because there's no quantification of it. And both of the companies that I work with deeply have kind of one mission, vision, purpose. It's to quantify what is not quantifiable at the moment, and to provide assistance when we need it the most in the medical field, when we just don't have a measure and we're guessing. It's taking the guesswork out of medicine to improve the lives of others. And I want to see that mission out, and that's kind of what drives me every day, and I've been doing this for at least 5-6 years, so that's what motivates me to continue and see that vision out.
Wonderful. Stephen, how about you? What are your short and long-term goals? Actually, for both your company and MDC.
Yeah, so I'll start with my portfolio company, Synosa. So we are at a similar place as Numico. We're at our early stage transition point, where we're taking a lot of the research that we've done with early stage grant funding from DARPA, and translating that into our first product. So we're doing early stage human trials with our device, which is a wearable ultrasound diagnostic for obstructive sleep apnea. We're in large animal trials for a therapeutic technology. So we're taking this research that we've done over the last couple of years, and we're translating that into an actual product. We're building up the company. We've hired a number of people over the last couple months in a number of different specialties, really focusing on product development at this point, trying to get our product through the FDA in a couple of years. And so we've got a lot to do in that time, but I'm really excited about it. It's going to be a fun transition. And for MDC, what we're trying to do is really just kind of continue what we've been doing. We've had a lot of success in terms of getting these companies started and successfully getting them funded. And so, we're looking to find new ideas, new inventors, and try to have as large of an impact as possible, both within Baltimore and in some of the other local areas that need this support. We've just been contacted constantly by hospitals and universities throughout the region, because this is such an important need. All of the programs that have some sort of a tech transfer process need a way to get these ideas out of their facilities and into some sort of a company, so that they can make the impact that they've set out to have, and they just don't have that pathway to do it. And that's what MDC is really trying to present for as many places as possible. And we're still really focused on the Baltimore area. All of our founders come from the University of Maryland and from Hopkins, and so that is truly our focus. But like I said, this is such a huge problem all over the region that we really want to help as many places as we can.
Awesome. Thank you. Brian?
Yeah, and just adding to that, I think that this process of developing companies is getting more and more challenging. The asks are getting larger and larger, not only because the easy problems are being solved, but they're already, got people in this, place doing so. So I think that when we meet, new founders and people with ideas, it is kind of a challenge to recognize that this is not passive. It's not just, I'm going to get a patent and license it. That is not often how it often happens. It can happen that way. But, some of these asks are like, when we, kind of work in the, for fundraising, people are wanting $1 million ARRs, et cetera, till they'll even talk to you. And MDC is here to bridge you to that gap, so that you can, actually show up, slap something down on the table that's a physical device that the engineers made, that was funded by the grants or either the fundraising that you did. And then beyond that, be able to show that you are post-revenue and are generating and on the upswing and you have growth. Those are the asks, and you have to skip steps and you kind of have to get there creatively. I think it's much more challenging, and every time I go along, I find that it is very interesting how competitive and how much it changes year to year for the ask, but also, certainly in a recession currently, so it doesn't get much more challenging than finding money. Grants probably a little bit easier, but neither here nor there.
Yes, and then I can talk a bit about my company as well. So we're actually, so we spent a few years focusing on one technology. We actually pivoted quite a bit. It was initially, we're developing a therapeutic ultrasound device to make brain surgery a lot less invasive. And we were initially envisioning that device to be used for brain tumor surgery, but we did a lot of. But as a result of us doing iCore, we didn't sense a lot of enthusiasm for that particular application. So we actually spent several years pivoting. We're actually in the midst of another pivot again. But yeah, it's been really important to me to have that support, like both Stephen and Brian mentioned, because it's unpredictable. It's occasionally it swings between fun and frightening at times. But yeah, it's a slow process trying to get a medical device off the ground. So yeah, that's been my experience.
Yeah, and adding to that, these problems that I think everyone here today is solving are very complex, and it's also hard to translate that into languages and kind of simple, plain, clear English that others understand. Having a team of entrepreneurs and mentors, and being able to even use TEDCO to bounce ideas off of and show pitch decks and get feedback, and using their marketing, advertising, et cetera, all of that refines pitches and makes us successful when we try to explain this to others, not only for grants, but also for kind of financing and fundraising. And it's just so important. You kind of mentioned pivoting, but also it's not really like pivoting. It's almost, I think, just being able to explain your original concepts and something that someone resonates with and grabs onto and understands. And sometimes, as founders, you understand the mission, mission, vision, and purpose of the company and why you founded it and why you're doing what you're doing, but translating that into a language that others understand for highly complex and very costly problems, it is a challenge, and I think everyone, for you, Stephen, understands obstructive sleep apnea, but do you understand, why we don't have solutions for it, or why the surgery is so bad that nobody in this room would probably want to go through the surgery to get your palate removed? Those are very kind of challenging problems to kind of say to others and explain the economic impact, or just kind of the personal impact when you're deeply involved in that space. But MDC brings together, and I think our Baltimore ecosystem here brings together a lot of expertise there to refine that pitch and make you successful in the grant work, so that you can very clearly and concisely get to what you need to in a very short amount of space and in a very short amount of time to kind of pitch these ideas and to write these grants and do this multiple times and iterations of it every month and every week.
Yes, thank you. So I want to, before we open it up for Q&A, I'd like to, finish off with some lessons learned that we can share with the audience. I think for me, it's especially transitioning from, purely academic research, that I'd been trained, for many, many years for, to jumping into the startup world. I think if I could go back, I would take, I think I would tell myself that it's supposed to be uncomfortable. It honestly feels like I was starting grad school all over again, where I start very naive, full of hope, only seeing promise and potential, and then after a few years realizing, wait, I don't, this is not comfortable. There's a lot I don't know. I'm definitely not an expert. So I think just facing those shortcomings and weaknesses head on from earlier on. Some people will say, oh, financial projections, you'll pick it up as you go. Well, I didn't pick it up naturally through osmosis. I think it's something that I should have, faced head on earlier on, realizing that I'm going to be bad at it at the start. And things like, pitching. I became very good when I was in research. I became very good at doing academic presentations. And initially, when I started pitching, I thought, oh, maybe I can just adapt my academic presentations into, what I think is supposed to be a pitch deck. But I was told, luckily, I had a mentor who, made me completely turn upside down, and just realized that it's really different, and I had to really shift my way of thinking. Stephen, how about you?
Yeah, I think I completely agree. Early on, I think I kind of assumed that, because I knew the technology, I knew where it was supposed to fit, because I was working with a doctor, right? They were kind of helping me define what this technology should be. I felt like I had an understanding of the entire space around it, which was completely untrue. And so I think had I, asked more questions and engaged more people from different backgrounds really early on, I feel like I would have been able to I would have been able to answer some of the questions that I have now, or have had over the years. I would have been able to answer them a little bit faster. And so, being in an environment where those people are around, I had that crutch basically. So when the question popped up and I didn't know it ahead of time, I was able to find somebody to ask relatively quickly. And I think the other thing that I've learned over the years is that it's really easy to find people to tell you that whatever you're doing is right. Let's say for a pitch deck, for instance, I'm on probably the 80th version of my pitch deck for Sonosa, and each version, which was 10 times worse than the next version. At every version, somebody told me that it was really good, that it had all of the information that I needed. It was the right length. It was, it had the right graphics, whatever. And then, you go talk to another, you talk to one person, they said it's great. You talk to two more people, they said it's great. Then you talk to another 3 people, and they all told you that it's the worst, pitch they've ever seen, and you're missing all this stuff. It's way too long. It needs to be this number of slides. And so I think one of the things that I've learned over the years is how varied many of these things need to be, and how tailored everything that you need to do is to whatever the specific audience is. Yes, there are a core number of concepts that need to be presented, but who you are presenting to matters a lot. And so everything really needs to be tailored every single time. And so having the right people that have the right backgrounds to kind of help you do that is really, really valuable. And so I think, it's just like a family, it really takes kind of a village to do all these things, to start a company. And so that's kind of what I've learned, I would say.
Thank you. How about you, Brian?
Yeah, I would say that some of the very important things that I learned along the way was that maybe about 90% of this is thinking, and thinking is free, which is awesome, and strategy is free, and the things that I got largely came from strategy. It was like during COVID, recognizing that there was an emergency use authorization for trying to improve breathing and ventilation quality, and taking advantage of that, and that was a very strategic move to push this, through the FDA and get some, for that, emergency use authorization, a lot of free and advice from the FDA along the way. Similarly, can be said, kind of for multiple steps, is that it was strategic, and again, going back, a lot of this also came from networking. Everything is bringing, kind of knowing people who can facilitate this, not just mentors, but your team and others, and taking advantage. It wasn't really until I brought in, kind of brand names like, Amazon Web Services as a partner, or Jabil as a manufacturer, Latham & Watkins as my regulatory counsel, et cetera, and making and forging those foundations, and that networking is incredibly important, but it's getting out there and meeting people face to face, which is certainly hard during COVID. The messaging is also really important. For example, if anyone in this room, if backup cameras in cars didn't exist and you were trying to pitch backup cameras in cars, I couldn't tell you how many venture capitalists would look you in the face and say like, hey, you can just turn your head around, right? You can just look I just look at my rear view mirror, right? Like, why do I need a camera? I don't need a $1,000 system to put a backup camera in a car. But it's up to you to kind of get that messaging across. How many people and how much accidents and how much impact and what is the, kind of larger picture here when you actually implement these systems. That's what strategy and kind of being refined here, but just kind of wanted to highlight as I think very important strategy, networking, making use of large industry partners, and I think being very persistent. If anybody here who's in the entrepreneurial space will tell you that you hear no more than yes, but it only takes one yes, and that's all that matters. It's just the one person who will fund you, the one person who gives you the grant, the one person who becomes a large partner. It's all that matters. And you can hear 100 no's. It doesn't, it doesn't bring you down or anything, and you have to be kind of just infinitely resilient every single day, just coming in and being like, I need to save lives. I need to make the world a better place. I cannot have people dying every single day when I go to work. Got to change that. And have that mission, vision, drive. It doesn't have to be life-saving. It can be a lot of different things. And it can be out of convenience. It can be out of making impact in the Department of Defense to strengthen our nation. And having these bigger overarching goals is what drives, I think, all of the entrepreneurs and why people probably even came here today. But I think not losing it. It's very, you have to be extremely resilient throughout that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We can take some questions from the audience. Yes.
So I'm gonna say this without like a lot of stuff in my head, but you guys really did a great job articulating it about kind of what you have to, I don't want to say give up the leverage for your company in order to kind of get your inroads, but I would like to know more on your personal journey of how you became comfortable and assess what you're going to leverage in order to gain for some of your inroads. So you talked about the equity part. I don't think that's talked a lot about in the startup world of that leveraging part. So if you could just give a little bit about your insight of what got you to the point that you feel comfortable leveraging those pieces. And maybe without too much information, what did you leverage or what you're comfortable speaking about?
Yeah, I can get started. So I think. Oh yes, we can repeat. Sorry. So yes, the question was, when we, how do we decide to leverage or give up things like equity in order to gain other things? How did we make that decision? So I think for me, I kind of, so as I mentioned, I was very naive, when I started out. I, tried to develop a medical device. I'm not an engineer. I also have zero business background. And so, yeah, initially, I didn't, I wanted to see how it would go without, giving up equity or money or other things. But I fumbled around for maybe several months, try to apply to grants, I kept hearing about this thing called ICOR, but I was like, what is this customer, why do I need to talk to customers? I already know that this is supposed to be for brain tumor surgery. So I think, I fumbled around a little bit at first, and then I realized, okay, I'm actually not getting anywhere. I mean, when I started, I didn't know what a value proposition was. And then getting feedback and realizing that I didn't really know what I was doing, I think that got me to a point where I said, okay, I'm willing to give up this equity. And I was still, with the way it worked at MDC, I still had majority ownership. So that helped me to feel a little more comfortable about it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. It's hard, I think, to give up equity, or to get to a point where you're bringing on a resource and deciding whether it's that particular resource is important enough to give up a piece of your company. I mean, I still have that struggle every single day, every time I talk to a new advisor, and I'm wondering whether I should just pay them cash or whether it makes sense to give them some fraction of a percent or a whole number of percent. So that's a constant question. It's not something that that you just you just get over and you just are comfortable with it. It's really about I think how, what step is it, or what is it enabling? And if it enables you to, let's say, move faster, and that's really meaningful, like if you need to get into the market quickly, if you just don't have the cash and it's going to take you a really long time to be able to get the cash to afford something like that, then, it's an investment yourself, right? Putting that money, that future money into, getting the right advisor right now, or whatever it might be, getting another founder, somebody that can put the same amount of effort that you're putting in. Those things can provide so much value early on that they make up for themselves in the long run. So yes, it's always kind of it's always a calculation, and it's always a bit of a gamble when you give up equity, but you should always consider the fact that you have some control over that as well with equity. Whether it's an advisor or even a startup studio, if they're being, if they're flexible enough, you can put certain milestones into these agreements so that you're not giving it all up all at once, right? You're distributing it over a period of time. You're distributing it based on the things that you need those people or those resources to do for you. And so you can think of it as more paying for a specific thing with that equity, which you can keep in your mind as a cash value or something like that if it helps, but you're actually paying for a specific thing. You're not necessarily just kind of gambling this equity on some, ambiguous support that you might get. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I should. I also wanted to add. I forgot to mention. So before, before I officially joined MDC and signed a client agreement that gave up equity, I actually interacted with the MDC team. Probably for almost a year before I actually officially joined them. So I think that's another way I kind of prepared. So I knew who I was working with. As Brian mentioned, it is a long-term relationship. At MDC, we work with companies over the course of years before they graduate to become more independent entities. So that's another way I decided, and I wanted to know as much as I could about what I was getting into before I signed anything. Brian?
Yeah, when I think about kind of any of the business transactions that I've been involved with, it's always about taking someone away from their mission to join yours. And how do you get them to do that? Is it a social mission? Is it straight up cash right now on the table? Is it equity? Or is it something in the future? And everyone's going to have a different perspective, but I got a lot of stuff for free. So Hopkins will patent things for you for free. Why? They get royalties or possibly equity, or there's an arrangement for licensing. That's awesome. Why would J-Bill want to manufacture and put some manufacturing pro bono resources into your company? They would want to do so because they want your manufacturing. If you're someday going to be making 1 million units, they would love to be part of that and have that contract. Same thing for legal services. There are kind of early stage sectors of like with divisions within kind of large legal entities, and like for example Latham and Watkins has an entire kind of early stage development that they will do this for you in the hopes of being your general counsel after you're successful. Similarly, there's kind of grants, which doesn't get much better than that. You don't have to give away anything and you just get money. Awesome. And then you have things like startup studios and partners who are going to have an ask, but it's up to you to negotiate. If someone asks for 40% of your company, they better be giving you something really, really good. They're gonna, that's going to be a full-time, lot of money. Like, you have to have something really good. Now, certainly, again, it's a two-way street for all of this. You're taking someone's time and money or resources and leaving their mission to join yours, and you have to have it make all sense when you kind of put it all together. But there's a lot of resources out there that don't have direct asks, but it's up to you and where you are in the company. If you're, let's say you're making $1 million ARR and you have a $15 million valuation, are you going to give up 40% of the company? No, especially if it's not for the right reasons. But early stage companies, it really depends on what you're doing. doing? How hard is the problem that you're solving? What resources do you bring to the table? Do you have a patent, or is it just an idea? And what is that ask? And that's kind of the other thing. You have to be like the ultimate deal maker here. You have to be able to sell that vision, bring things to the table, drive people away from their goals and missions with incentives. And there's a lot of ways to incentivize people. And then there's clawbacks on top of it. So you can give 40% to me, but if I don't meet any of your goals, you get the 40% back. And you have to be, it's a two-way street there that, if a venture capital company is going to, give me $1 million for 20% of the company, but they don't give me the $1 million, I'm not going to give them the 20%. So there's a lot. It's a very complex, business transaction with kind of multiple different ways to structure it, but you have a lot of resources to do so, and a lot of things that can be given up, either direct contracting, like I said, equity, royalties, cash payments up front, deferred payments, loans, positions, titles, getting people to join your social mission, and the list goes on. But it's kind of up to you to draw people away from their mission with what makes sense for the company as well.
Any other questions? Great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
There is complimentary lunch for everybody back in the kitchen area, so you're welcome to help yourself with that. Or we have a food truck outside with sandwiches. Thank you.
Come on, let's do it. Come on, let's do it. 1, 2. Oh, this mic is clear, I think. Oh, stupid. 1, 2. This is cool. Check it out. Come on, let's do it. All right, well, check it out. Check it out, too. Come on, let's do it. All right, well, check it out. Check it out, too. Cool. Check it out.
substantiate this rumor, but a radio station in Los Angeles has already passed out a memo to all the disc jockeys saying not to play the song.
Is 1963. It's October 25th. You're in the time machine. I've got a brand new record.
Okay. Hey, can everyone hear me? Awesome. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I didn't expect a lot of people to come. I'm really thrilled that you did, because this is something that Alex and I are super passionate about. It's not blueprinted. It's a conversation we're going to have with you this morning. And I'm really, really excited that it's happening in Baltimore at Baltimore Innovation Week. So just to let you guys know what this is about in case you weren't super familiar with any of our other talks, it's about branding your story and how to deliver a visceral experience, right? So we're branders, brand architects, art directors, storytellers, visual storytellers, messaging, branding. That's what we do. And we put this together, and it got a lot of attention in other markets because they weren't familiar with the way branding supports their marketing efforts. They thought it was one and the same. And we came to recognize that a lot of our Baltimore colleagues would have benefited from a talk like this before Spend. So if you have a startup, if you have an established brand, if you want to build a brand, or if you want to work on your personal brand, this talk or this conversation is going to benefit you. Okay, so you ready? All right. So we called it Chapter 1. So the reason we're calling it Chapter 1, branding your story, is because it really begins with you, right? It's your origin story, or it's the origin of a product or service or identity that you want to share with a community or a loved one. You know, branding isn't just about business, right? It's branding's you. You are a brand. You're wearing a brand. You're behaving like a brand. You're sounding like a brand. And the things I just listed matter, like tone, cadence, you know, the speed at which you speak, your voice, what you wear, how you behave, what you look like when you're behaving in those specific ways. And most importantly is your brand behavior with other people, right? Branding is a human-centric effort. So I'll give you an example before we kind of jump into the slides. And we'll go into how marketing and branding is different as well. But to give you an idea of why branding is human-centric or more human-centric than marketing efforts is, you know, take social media as an example, right? And that's where a lot of money is being spent. It's where a lot of money is being made. It's where a lot of brands are growing and sharing ideas. That's where Chow Kim was first launched in New York Fashion Week and Milan Fashion Week. And the reason for that is because branding shapes the algorithm that marketing has to abide by, right? So if we're not familiar with what an algorithm is in social media, it's a measurement of human behavior. That's what it is, and it captures it, right? And branding shapes that algorithm. The marketing team's responsibility is to make sure they're driving traffic and eyes and making sure you're being exposed if you don't fit into that formula, okay? That's where your marketing efforts come in. So when you're doing social media marketing and you're driving traffic to a broken brand or to an algorithm that's not listening, you're kind of wasting your money, your efforts. It's an awesome learning experience, but for a lot of people, it's an incredibly expensive lesson, right? So we'll get into a bunch of details. This is just a conversation, lots of stories, lots of tangents, lots of questions being asked, probably from me to you, but let's go ahead and jump into it. So we are a brand house, not a marketing agency. So what's the difference between branding and marketing? So the difference, the way I described it, the way Alex and I have described it in the past is we compared it to something I think we're all pretty familiar with, right? So whether you have or own real estate or you're renting a space, you have a roof over your head. For those of us who have owned and tried to sell their property, you want to make sure you get highest value, you know, the market is right, but your house has to be in order so that you can get what you want to put it on the market for and be a happy, seller. So if the paint on the wall is peeling, if the foundation is cracked, if the windows need fixing, if the roof is leaking, that's not, your house is not in order, right? Branding makes sure that your house is in order before we market it to a potential buyer, right? If you want $1 million for your home and it's falling apart, then you can't validate $1 million. You can't justify that price point, okay? What branding does is it justifies not just your price point, but where that house, lives in the community, how it's received, how it's perceived. It's the gem, it's the gem of the block, things like that. That's branding, but you gotta make sure that house is in order before you begin printing flyers out and sending it away, right? We don't want to drive traffic to a home that's unsafe to walk through, or if it's not the home you really want to sell, right? It's branding with real estate, those are the kind of familiar comparisons we like to make. Oh, by the way, I don't like holding a mic, and I'm probably doing it wrong, so let me know if, okay, thanks, man. Thank you. Okay, so branding, you want to make sure your house is in order. That's in real estate. Well, what about business? Where does branding come in when it comes to business? Branding is everything, man. It's the experience. It's the feeling of your business. It might be a product, or it might be a service. It might be you. Maybe you're promoting and marketing yourself. But that brand has to be in order. It has to have some defined pillars. It has to have non-negotiables. It has to have principles. It has to have ideas and reasons and, identities. Who do you champion should be questioned, right? What does it support? Who does it benefit? How does it contribute, or how do you contribute? These are questions worth asking. So as a brand house, we don't move forward until we have a discovery process, and we walk them through each element that this brand needs to have defined before we can jump in and do the fun stuff like logo design, elements of branding, right? But your logo is not your brand. I think you've heard that before, and you've also heard things like start with why, right? Have you heard that term before, start with why? It's an incredibly dangerous lesson, right? Because it doesn't go into the details, right? And we'll get to that in a second as well. So we're a brand house. We don't sell your product. We position your product for sale. So if you have a blazer and you want to sell it for $250, once we brand it, once we fix where that blazer lives, whether it's on an online selling platform, in the store, with correct messaging, now you can sell that same blazer for $375. So branding helps your margins a lot, right? Because it justifies your price point. Because oftentimes, as business owners, we don't just price what we know this product is worth. Oftentimes, as business owners, we price the product of what it's worth to us, right? This is a really important painting. I really spent a lot of time on it. Or this is a really important shoe. I named it after my mom, so it's going to be $650. Well, tell that story so you can justify that cost, okay? That's where branding comes in. Otherwise, you're marketing traffic, right? You're gonna have 1,000 eyes on that shoe, and maybe 10% are gonna talk not well about the price point. But if there's branding involved, now you're playing defense, right? Branding is a lot of defense. It's a lot of psychology. There's a lot of chemistry. There's biology. We study oxytocin. We study your audience. We want to make absolutely certain that the words we're using are not just appropriate, but targeted, okay? So it's incredibly detailed. So when someone says, well, why in the world are you charging us $200K for a brand guide that took 8 months to make, right? Well, we had 8 months to build a brand guide. It has every rule you need for your brand. It helps onboard your team members. It has your color codes. It has your ideas. It has your logos. It has there's so much intimate information in a brand guide that the ones you see online should be recognized as not the final product or master brand guide companies keep, right? So we just actually had that conversation with one of our clients. She had a lot of intimate information in their brand guide. That brand guide does not become public, right? That's a master brand guide. You use that to onboard your next year's team or the next quarter's leadership, right? You want to make sure that that leadership understands what you stand for. These are non-negotiables. We will not communicate any message of hate, no matter what their budget is. We just won't do it. I'd rather eat ramen for the rest of my life and gain another 15 pounds.
16.
Yeah.
16.
But we're not going to, our non-negotiables are non-negotiables, right? And it doesn't matter who's on our team. For example, politics. We're on Capitol Hill quite a bit, so a lot of our clients are on Capitol Hill. We work with a lot of government entities. And of course, the first questions we get asked is, describe your team. And the way that they want me to describe that team is who's a liberal and who's a conservative. Instead, what I do is I tell them what they stand for and what their non-negotiables are, right? So regardless if you're a liberal or if you're a conservative, we treat our audience and our clients, and we expect branders to all treat every engagement human to human. That's it. That's it. I mean, that's all branding is. It's a conversation, right? And successful branding leads to people with whom you're speaking, or the person with whom you're speaking, feeling better than they did before you open your mouth, right? That experience, like, oh man, it was really nice speaking with Alex. He's so patient, and he listens with his eyes. He smiles and listens with his eyes. I recognize these things about Alex. He's soft-spoken. But what really surprised me about Alex is, even though he's, not much of a talker, he's one hell of a storyteller. He's an incredible storyteller. So during my conversations with Alex, I started to recognize that branding prowess, right? The fact that he can communicate without saying too much, right? He's a master of language, but at the same time, he chose his platform of communication to be photography and video, right? These snapshots, this incredible, difficult job to capture an idea or an 8-month project into a 1-second snapshot, right? So some of our clients who communicate their branding visually have that challenge. It's like, well, how do we communicate everything we stand for in one frame? It's really hard. So you have to have master storytellers to help guide them through that process and then take the next step together. So that's a really long way of saying we are a brand house. We're not a marketing agency. We help you build the pillars and the foundation on which you want to grow, right? If you're unsure about what you stand for or what you've yet to discover in exploration, or how you want to frame this idea that you have, or what it looks like, then please approach a branding agency before you approach a marketing agency, right? Branding houses like ours support marketing agencies. Marketing agencies are incredibly important, right? You want your product seen, and you want your product sold, and you want your product, to hit all the right eyes. That's marketing's job, is to make sure you're driving traffic to that idea, right? But a marketer's job isn't to build your brand. That's the brand house and your job. And that's why all our relationships, since we started, by the way, we only started 4 years ago, right? And I'll give you my background in just a second. But we just started 4 years ago. And in those 4 years, the relationships we've built have continued to support new relationships and new communities in which we're growing. And that's just, go to a brander. Slide, please, buddy. So, we're branding specialists. What does that mean? So, identity and design, storytelling, strategy, education and management, brand management. That's what we do, right? We're not hey, Brandy. Brandy's here. She's one of our teammates. So what do we do? Identity and design, storytelling, strategy, education, and management. We are not a, everything under one roof company. We're specialists. Like, we work with identity. We are brand builders. We tell your story. And even more important than that, we show you and guide you how to tell your own. Okay? We're not in the business of taking your money. We're in the business of helping you make your money, right? Or tell your story. And oftentimes we're approached with clientele who aren't in it to make $1. Okay? They want to learn how to better communicate what they stand for, which was new to me, right? So I come from Ogilvy and Pentagram, and so my background was billables and learning from those masters, right? But I never had the opportunity to sit in front of a person and have that person tell me, I'm not doing a very good job telling my story, or standing up for myself, or communicating my non-negotiables, or what does this idea look like? These weren't questions I was ever asked before, right? So I had to learn that branding is much, much more than a lesson in business. It's not a business element. It's not just, part of your marketing strategy, or it's not just part of your marketing budget. Like, you're gonna hear that all the time, man. But branding to me is incredibly special. Branding is why there's 1 million people dressing up like cartoon characters or My Little Pony or whatever it is that they're into a year. And it's $1 billion business, right? But they're not doing it for the money. They've identified with that story, whether they're the antagonist, the outlaw, or the hero. They've found their archetype, their brand archetype, in something that really resonated with them. That's branding, right? Branding helps these adults dress like ponies or an elf, right? Without fear of judgment, because this is their truth, and I celebrate their truth, whatever it may be. So, is there something you wanted to add?
I mean, Andre, I'm Alex, by the way. I've been standing here. I'm in charge of the clicker right now. Just kidding. No, I think Andre hit the nail on its head. The conversations we always have is like that branding is kind of this foundation to your venture, your message, whatever you really care about and getting out there. And I think what you were saying, just calling it a line item on maybe a spreadsheet, but I think it's more than that. And as we continue to go through these slides, I hope we can still continue to share why that's so.
Oh, and by the way, I'm definitely going to share why that's so. I'm a huge nerd when it comes to branding. I find this stuff fascinating, right? Because you're combining chemistry and biology, math, and Maslow's needs. It's human communication. I mean, branding lessons can be exercised in your love life. They can be exercised with your children, with your partners, with your students, with your teammates, with your bosses. They can be exercised within the audience with whom you're speaking, or those who are eavesdropping on that brand message, right? You're speaking to everyone all the time. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that someone in the other room can hear me, because a curtain's not really gonna, block noise, right? But I hope that, I'm communicating something that incites some sort of emotional response. They might hate me, Right? Like, this guy's voice sounds like a mix between Millhouse and Method Man. Like, I'm not really happy with his voice, and that's okay. Like, I hear that all the time, by the way. But on the other hand, they might say, listen, I want to learn how I can better communicate what I stand for. I want to better communicate, how I feel through my aesthetic. I want to better communicate what I'm not going to negotiate through my voice and through my tone and through my cadence. I'll give you a quick example of why tone, voice, and cadence are important, okay? So just in case you're not familiar with those terms when it comes to branding, tone, voice, and cadence, they capture your messaging's experience, right? So I gave a talk in 2018, and I thought it was a really great talk. It was at Outspire, Jen. And I was really excited about it because I got to meet people, and I got to meet actually one of our closest friends and teammates, Shay, at Outspire, and I met Jen at Outspire. But the conversation and the hate mail I got from Outspire had to do with one piece, one sentence in the entire talk. And it had to do with not using exclamation marks. Like, I just think it's a really bad idea, right? And I cited legal precedent why you shouldn't put exclamation marks in your email or in social media or in your text messages, okay? So it's called the exclamation explanation, right? Tone, voice, and cadence. Have you ever seen a luxury brand or a brand that's in control using an exclamation mark? Or maybe you can't remember, but just off the top of your head, that's not something that's common, right? Exclamation marks, they suggest a frantic tone or a fast cadence or someone who has to scream or yell to be heard, right? So I was raised in Europe, so was Alex. So Alex and I were raised in Europe. So I was, Munich, Paris, London, and then the US. And one of the lessons we're taught, there's something called the tall poppy syndrome, right? It's like you don't want to stand out. You want to be part of a nice, even community, right? You don't want to be that weed. The other lessons that's taught during, to the poppies, to the field that's growing up, is a leader never has to raise their voice. And they kind of pound that into you as a kid, right? A leader's heard, or more importantly, leaders listened to. And that's how you want to position your messaging, right? You want to make it visceral. You want to make someone feel as though they've been invited to hear you speak. It feels really special to have been invited, right? And at the end of the day, it's not a robot clicking the submit or like button or purchase now and here's my credit card information, right? It's another human being. It's another person. And this is something you've all had experience with, right? You have branding experience for as long as you're, whatever your age is, that's your branding experience. You've been branding you and learning to cultivate and curate your own audiences as you've grown, right? Sometimes we wear brands, we become, brand loyal. There's specific things that we wear that these same shoes will probably fit me the same way, $15 without a swoosh on it, right? But for some reason, I've learned to justify this spend. So I've defended my budget, that shoe budget, okay? That's part of your cadence. That's part of that messaging that's being built, right? So if you speak like a leader and your messaging, your copy reads like a leader, in the industry, like a gold standard, even if you're not, it's an honest message in which you're really proud to present to an audience member, right? You're going to do much better than spending $50,000 a month on marketing that's like, do this, buy this, click now, leave here, come there, all these things that we see, we always have to course correct, okay? Because they're spending, when I say they, some of our clients on Capitol Hill, for example, are spending loads of money driving traffic to a brand that has yet been curated, right? They're building their brand every day. And in politics, that brand, that non-negotiable, changes every day, right? And that's something you know all about, Jenny, right? So Jenny works on Capitol Hill as well. So when I say those non-negotiables change, what that means is you as the brander, you as the business owner, or you as the communicator, the lead communicator, designer, photographer, you have to keep that in mind, right? They're not at fault for flip-flopping. This is their brand, this is their industry, this is their audience. It's your job to support a correct course correction, right? It's almost like, okay, if Alex was for banning milk on Monday, but he recognized that voters in his district were farmers, dairy farmers, on Friday, he would come to me and say, listen, I've made a mistake. I'm personally against dairy. I'm just lactose intolerant. I don't even like the idea of milk. It stinks. I think milk should be for babies. But a lot of my audience and a lot of the people that are intently listening on what I'm doing are farmers. I don't want to lose their trust, right? Because I care about them. But having this on my record makes it sound like I don't, right? That I'm not supportive of their venture just because I don't like milk, right? So we work to build a message that's controlled, that's not frantic, right? That's understandably human in context, so that their audience, who's also human, recognizes the fact that this individual said what he said. He's not really flip-flopping, but he wants to correct himself. And instead of saying, I never said that, branders help him create a message that says, having said that, let me explain something, right? It's a personal thing. It's a chemistry thing. You know, it's like, I just can't hold it down, right? But I support the farmer. So we have to build that messaging for him. When you think of frantic messaging and you think of politics, who do you picture in your head? So when I gave my students that assignment, 100% said Rudy Giuliani, right? Regardless of where they stood on either side, he is a frantic communicator. His tone, his cadence, his posture, his gait, his walk, his messaging, even the copy that he reads frantic, right? So when you have someone like that and he begins to sweat, you begin to sweat, right? It's not a message that's really controlled. It's angry, it's not controlled, it's not branded, it's just out there, right? He could say 2 + 2 is 4. But if his messaging and tone and cadence is not satisfactory, that answer he gave would be questioned, right? So we want to always make certain that the tone, cadence, the copy in which you're writing matters to you. Become a master of language. English is my 7th language, so I'm not a master at it quite yet. And I probably never will be, but it's the hardest freaking language I've ever had to learn. Hey, there's one of my students now. Look at that. Next. So, as branders, as specialists, what does our team look like? And one of the things I'm really proud of, Alex, is when someone says, or asks, and we've been asked before what our team looks like, we say it looks like the people we serve. This isn't a good old boys club. Every member of our team is a leader. They're decision makers. And we encourage every member of our team to build their own brand while they're working with us, right? So some of you may know Shay, you know Alex, Sam is a surfer and songwriter. You know, like she's taking calls on the beach, you know, with a towel around her head, you know, from the Maldives, and because she wanted to catch a wave there, and we encourage it. She's building her brand. The reason that's important to me is because once you begin taking those risks and understanding how scary it is to bet on yourself, you have empathy, right? You have empathy for your client. You have patience for your client that has questions that might seem annoying, like we just went through this kind of thing, right? Building your own brand helps you identify fears that might come up that haven't yet for the client, and you can address those fairly quickly. All this ties in with delivering a visceral experience. I haven't forgotten what this is about. It's about emotion, right? So, you know, Sasha's our team leader in Chicago. She's an absolute, she's chaos, right? But it's someone you need. She helps us dress our restaurants that we have. We have 2 restaurants in Paris. Sasha helped us dress those restaurants and work with the vendors there. We have 2 restaurants in Barcelona. And Sasha was our client lead for those contracts as well. We have Brandy, who's sitting right in the audience. She's one heck of a designer. You know, she's somebody I met in a Baltimore program, actually, for creatives and entrepreneurs. And she struck me as someone that was just that her personality was very familiar to me, because she's also incredibly soft-spoken. And then you see these designs, and they're so bold, and like nothing is muted, you know, and it's just, it's pretty incredible. And I had to have her on my team, and I invited her to be a part of something bigger while she's building her own brand, right? And what I mean by bigger is someone else's story, not just our own. And we've been incredibly fortunate, Alex and I, that we've had people in the minority communities reach out to us with the understanding that I won't be leading that project, right? That's the most irresponsible thing I could do, is pretend I can do what Brandy or Alex can do, or that I understand what Brandy and Alex understand. Instead, I become their support team member, right? That's branding. That's branding. Branding is understanding how to communicate, who to communicate to, and what's being heard, right? Marketing, you have a megaphone, and you're on the sidewalk, and you're making sure that you're driving people into that theater, right? It's like $5 tickets, come on, $5, and you're yelling it into the megaphone. And people on the sidewalk hear you, right? And some come inside, right? You're filling seats for that theater, right? And branding is the person on the stage that doesn't have a microphone, that's sitting with his legs dangling or her legs dangling, but they're speaking to a curated audience intent on listening, right? So you've already curated that audience. Brandy and Alex have curated that audience because of the idea of validating experience. They understand that, Andre, it might be better for us to lead this project because you, and they're never rude about it. They're never like, you don't understand this stuff, dude, you know? But there's this mutual respect, not just from my team members, but from our clients, that I want to serve the, you know, people of color. I want to serve that community that's under-resourced, that's lost a lot of trust for people that look like me, right? And regardless what the situation is, there's no questions I need to ask. I understand, and I respect it, right? I respect it. And Alex and Brandy, they take the lead on those projects, right? And they do it much better than I could have done, right? But I'm thrilled that I can support them in it. So the people you see on your, on the screen, each one is a decision maker. Each one has built or is building their own brand. Each one is failing in their own way so that they can teach something to someone else. Each one is succeeding in a new way so they can teach that to our clients or to their students, right? Or tell their story on YouTube, right? So again, what we want to do is we want to slowly talk about the elements that make up that package that you want to deliver that's full of experience. That's why I'm telling you these stories, these little like side notes about understanding, or your tone, or your cadence, or how you dress, right? I used to be, I still get teased, right? Because I wear high waters, and I've always worn high waters, right? My pants are always short, like way, way too short, right? But it's become a part of who I am, right? Because I was super self-conscious about being short as a person. I tried to make my pants shorter. They're like, oh, I've grown. Like I've done that since I was a kid, right? So I used to cut my pants. But now, like when I look around, it's kind of become in. Like to have shorter pants maybe, or a higher inseam. But I'm not going to change, even if it goes away again. Like, but it's become part of my brand, right? What you see is what you get with me, right? And sometimes that's a great thing, and sometimes it's something I have to explain. Sometimes something I have to describe. Sometimes it has to do with trauma, right? Sometimes your tone, your cadence, your product, your service, your understanding has to do with something that's pretty damn private, right? So how do we communicate that element in your brand? That's the things that brand houses do with you, okay? Can we go to the next slide, please? So, chapter 1, right? Branding your story. So one of the things that I try to tell, not just our audience, or our clients, or our students, is pay attention to everything, right? And this is super fuzzy, so you're not really, how much? Okay. So this is super fuzzy, so there's not a lot of detail to be shown. But I'll make this available on our website so you can look at the slideshow anytime you want. But we want to make sure that this package that you're delivering is telling your story, right? If you look at this package, what do you kind of notice now that I've said your story, right? You see that sticker right in the middle? This one here. That one right there. So it's covering that why, right? And that's what I'm about to get to right now. Like, why is that important, and how does that kind of fit in with your story, right? At the end of the day, you want to make your story our story. I want to feel a sense of belonging. I want to feel a sense of, I want to celebrate your wins with you and feel like they're my wins. Why do you wear a jersey when you're not on the team, right? That's branding, by the way, right? Like some of us wear jerseys when we're not on the field. We're just cheering the Ravens on, or the Commanders, or the Orioles, whatever it may be, right? We've got that sense of identity. I'm an Orioles fan. This is my uniform, right? Making your story our story is really important, right? I want to make sure that I connect with you, right? So the why is covered because I thought that was slick at the time. Now that I say it out loud, it's okay. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. All right, so branding your story. Build, package, deliver, and share a visceral experience. That why matters, but the lessons we were kind of taught when it comes to why is the answer, okay? That's not true. It's pretty dangerous, to be honest with you, right? Because the details are kind of hidden inside pages that no one reads, right? Because everyone wants to repeat that it starts with why, or you start with your why. Start with your why. Kind of this understood why is an answer. When really, can you go to the next slide, please? Why is a question. It should always be a question, okay? Remember, you're human beings. You have contact with other human beings. You have contact with partners, loved ones, children. Why is a question, right? And it should be served as a question. It should be received as a question. Why is not the answer, right? And here's why. In psychology, interested equals interesting. So if I said, why do you feel this way? Versus, this is why you feel this way. A is received much better than B. Even if I was in that leadership position to tell you, hey, this is what's going on, right? I'd much rather know why you think this is going on, even if I have the answer. It's not really my place to tell you this is what's wrong with you. It's not really my place to mansplain or whatever it may be, with a partner of mine, right? I'll give you another example. Chemistry. Interested boosts oxytocin, right? So are you familiar with what oxytocin is or does? So it's often called the love molecule, right? That hug, that feeling of embrace, like when your mom or grandma or someone just gives you a nice hug, that feeling, that experience, that memory, that's oxytocin. It's love, right? It's this feeling of trust. And it's this chemical inside you that goes crazy when I say to you, how was your day? Or when your partner says to you, how was your day? I'm interested in learning more about your day, right? That's oxytocin. Like, a lack of oxytocin is what you never asked about my day kind of thing, right? Oxytocin matters. It's love. And what's a brand, right? What's the goal of your brand? Your goal of your brand is to make sure someone else loves it, right? And loves you for having that brand. It's a different type of love, but you know what I mean, right? Maslow, interested meets needs. If you're not familiar with Maslow's pyramid or hierarchy of needs, get familiar with it. Get familiar with Maslow, right? Maslow is a key player in branding, right? We want to make sure we address the human need, that primal need. That's where branding comes in. It might be a need that's served visually. It might be a need that's served, with a short guy in short pants on a stage. Like, I need to see that, right? It might be just a handshake or something you've written down. It might be a service or a product. It might be a startup idea. Well, how do I begin branding this, right? It starts with, well, does it meet somebody's needs? Am I doing my job to address the needs that, I've committed to serve, right? I'll get into some of those details a little further down because we're using a lot of the stuff we've done for ourselves as a case study for you. Next, please. Oh, there it is. Case story. So we are rebranding, right? So Andre Bean Brand Architecture, that's our company, is rebranding. And one of the reasons we're rebranding is, one, feedback. Two, it's incredibly stale, right? It was just outdated. It was rushed. The color codes were never really defined. We launched because, I went to therapy, and she said, hey, you suffer from obsessive compulsive perfectionism disorder, and you just got to launch. You have till Monday. It was Friday. And I was like, all right, I'll do my homework, and I launched this company, and it took everything. It took everything I had to kind of like build a website over the weekend, have a logo, write my messaging, and just put it out there. And I was never happy with it, and I never visited my own website. So finally, now that we have a team together and things are going pretty well for us, and we're growing, and we have teammates in Chicago and in London again, in Charleston and Florida and in Nashville, like, we get a chance to rebrand, but instead of it being my ideas, it's our idea, right? It's kind of, it embraces and reflects everyone on our team, right? It's got handwritten typography and incredibly clear sans serif typography versus this robotic, measured, it's just not me. It was never me. I like the duck. I like the duck logo, but it was never me. So I'm going to tell you about our case story and what we did to really dive into how we started learning and building elements to deliver that visceral experience. Okay? Please. So our process. Let's go for it. Discovery, exploration, values, archetype, identity, and design. Voice, tone, cadence, messaging, then delivery of experience, right? This is the process. These are the elements, the steps that we've assigned before we could launch, right? So discovery. Has anyone ever here, like you can just raise your hand if you want, or if you don't want, you don't have to, been a part of a discovery process? Like not legal term? Okay, cool, good. Excellent, excellent. So almost everybody, right? So discovery is incredibly important if done right, if it's guided, right? Oftentimes, you just get a spreadsheet or a worksheet. And that's not really how discovery is supposed to work. Discovery is a conversation, right? Discovery is where you're discovering things you haven't shared before so that we can document that discovery, right? That exploration, which comes next. So discovery comes with me asking you questions, you know, me asking you why, me asking you who you champion, me asking you what you support, how you contribute, and what you benefit, right? If you're a startup and you come to us, like we help a lot of incubator startups, I say, why you? Like, what makes you special, right? And it's not to be a jerk to them. I want to know why you, right? Because this is a big deal. You took a big leap. And oftentimes that means someone's doubting you. Oftentimes that means, all right, you know, if you want to quit your job and bet on yourself, good luck. Oftentimes it's not always like, I'm really proud of you, right? So I want to make sure that they know they have an answer to why you. It's really important, and that's explored and discovered in step 1. So exploration, we take what we've just learned about ourselves, who we champion, who we support, what our non-negotiables are, you know, what we want to accomplish with these efforts, and what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it reflects, what it emulates. You know, when Alex sat down with me, he's like, well, what does this look like? I just said Wes Anderson. I like his stuff, man. I like his aesthetic. And I think he's a master storyteller, Wes Anderson, right? So we started thinking, okay, well, there's some elements we can use that still reflect who we are without embracing someone else's identity, okay? Value and values, big difference there, right? So I want to know what makes your idea, you, your product, your service, your presence, your conversations, your opinion. I want to know what makes it valuable. And how valuable is it? Right? That's important to me. I got to know what makes this valuable so we can begin positioning that product, service, person, identity conversation. Right? I also know what your values are. Right? Those are the non-negotiables. Oftentimes, your values are what drive your price point up, not down. Right? It's you stand for something. You're not just saying yes to everything, which was like my biggest mistake when I launched as a startup, right? I'm afraid that if I don't say yes now, next month I'm not going to have business, right? So I took on everything. And I ended up just executing that as well as I should have, right? Because I was rushed for work. Archetyping or identity, and then designing for that archetype. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with what archetyping is, right? And if you're not, email me. I'll send you an ebook. It's called The Hero and the Outlaw. And it walks you through the brand archetypes and the human archetypes that exist within those brands, right? But it does it in a way that's incredibly familiar. Like Darth Vader's an outlaw archetype, you know? It's like Luke Skywalker is a hero archetype, or, you know, whatever it may be. But writing and designing for an archetype is a lot easier than guessing what type of person Alex is, right? Alex, you seem like a XYZ, right? I need to know what his archetype is. What does he stand for? He might say, Andre, I hate fighting. I'm scared of spiders. I don't like to turn the light off at night. I'm afraid of the dark. But I've always seen myself as a knight, right? Like in shining freaking armor. Like I always see myself as brave because I would never leave a child or a disabled person or an animal to be abused, right? That to me is heroic. That other stuff doesn't matter. He becomes more of a hero archetype than someone that has a fear of darkness or spiders or things like that. A flawed hero is a hero, right? And who am I to say what's flawed, by the way, anyway, right? He sees himself as that archetype. So we're going to begin building messaging and designing for him to begin positioning himself as a hero, right? And anyone can do it. You can design your tomorrow. You can design your tomorrow as an outlaw if you want, right? An outlaw doesn't mean a criminal. An outlaw just means an outlier, right? So what I mean by outlaw is I live in a white house with a white room with a white sofa and a white dog. That's my comfort zone, right? When Alex comes in, he comes in with his dirty boots and he just went rolling around in the mud and he sits on my sofa, right? But he did so to help me break out of my comfort zone, right? That's an outlaw. An outlaw is this unconventional approach to doing something valuable. That was a horrible example, but voice, tone, and cadence, right? We just talked about this. Voice, tone, and cadence. Like there's a reason, there's an intent, there's a purpose behind everything I do because I was conditioned to think that way, right? So if I make a joke or if I have a younger team and I can see that they're stressed out, I put work away and we talk about what we had for dinner or we talk about the weirdest food we've ever eaten, okay? That cadence, that change of pace, the way you communicate that peace of mind, the way that you're supportive of those younger teammates and understanding of that stress, that translates in voice, tone, and cadence, right? So if someone says to me, Andre, I have to be pretty honest with you, man. I'm scared, I'm tired, I just want to sit down, right? I just want to sit down and let's just have a chat. And I'm just yelling at them, right? And like I'm yelling, that's a great idea. You know, sit your A down, you know, like let's eat junk food and let's do this and let's do that. And I'm just going a little bit crazy and frantic when I didn't recognize that person who was speaking to me just needed to rest. She needed something calm or peace, right? So I can't be tone deaf with my voice, tone, or cadence, even if the messaging is on point, right? I want to support you. Let me get you some ice cream. What's wrong with you? Is not the right way to go about it, right? Messaging. So this is where that tone and voice and cadence comes into play. Messaging is what a lot of people, like for example, if you're on social media right now, if your brand lives on social media, your messaging is king, right? If you're on a social media platform where it's visual, your messaging is king still, right? So I don't know if you've noticed, right? But social media platforms, and I'm going to defer to Shay and of course Alex on this one, but they've completely transformed what we're communicating and how we're communicating, right? We've always had the platform to act like whatever we wanted to act like and to talk about whatever we wanted to talk about since like 2014 or whatever, right? Or 2004. It was one of those. So we've had social media for quite some time, but it's grown into this brand new opportunity to not just make money for yourself, to build a brand for yourself, to complain about other brands, to brand a Karen, you know, whatever it may be, This is the opportunity to do so. But you have to decide where your messaging comes in and how you're going to do so, right? Is your messaging through dance? Is your messaging in a caption? Is your messaging verbal? Is it audio? That's going to be shareable now, right? You can share what people's ideas are now. You can go fishing over Alex talking about his mom if you want. Yeah? So you have to decide how you're going to communicate that message, okay? And what you're trying to communicate to an audience curated for you. Someone else did the work for you, right? So now you're sitting at the edge of that stage and you don't have to yell. You have someone ready to listen. Okay? What are you going to say? Like, it's not just uploading whatever to be present or to be consistent, right? It's uploading with purpose and intent. And that word intent in branding is everything, right? It's a difference between life and death outside of branding, right? So if you go to court and the judge and the lawyer's like, oh crap, there's intent, you're in trouble, right? It's a difference between life and death. This is no difference. There's no difference here, right? Intent matters. What is your intention with this message? What is your intention with that photograph? What is your intention with that song that's playing in the background of a still photo on your story, right? What is the intent? Oftentimes, that intent is to kind of like, I want people to feel peace. Like when I take a picture of a sunset, it's got to be Enya. Enya, like that's the emotion I want to reflect it in my picture, right? And then comes the delivery of experience. That's what this talk is about, okay? These elements that precede the delivery of experience are what makes the experience deliverable, right? So if I want to deliver an experience of love, or if I want to deliver an experience of community, or one of gratitude, I have to make absolutely certain that I'm prepared to answer those questions, right? And I'm a visual learner. I'm a visual communicator as well. I don't enjoy being on stage and talking. This is another therapist's suggestion. I'm incredibly introverted, but I've committed to kind of living in my uncomfortable zone, right? My discomfort zone. My story is public, okay? So I've actually had this conversation not too long ago about why I kind of came and stayed in Baltimore. And I think some of you already know the story, but I left a market where my name recognition came before my engagement, right? So before we even shook hands, you knew if you liked me or if you didn't like me because of that name, okay? It made me incredibly uncomfortable because I went home and I didn't know if my girlfriend liked me. I didn't know if my friends were my friends. Like, I had all these doubts because this experience from my name was one I didn't curate myself. It was made for me by my then mentor, Kate Spade, right? So she was my mentor. So this was curated for me in kindness, right? There was no ill intent there, but it made me very uncomfortable, right? Because I was already working, with being an introvert and not knowing if I deserved anything and all those things. So ever since then, I wanted to make absolutely certain I had answers for all those things, okay? I wanted to make sure my discovery was done by someone other than me so that I could answer difficult questions like, what do we stand for? Who do we champion? What is it that we support and how are we going to do it? How do we serve under-resourced communities? In Chicago, in Baltimore, in Charleston, right? In Nashville, in Florida, in the UK, right? How are we going to do it? We can't just say, this is what we stand for. How are we going to do it? we had to have a plan, a blueprint. So my teammates helped me draw that blueprint. So that's why delivery of experience is so important. That's why the elements to create that experience are so important. Like, you got to do a deep dive, right? If you're the brand you want to curate. If you have a business and you want to kind of practice branding, begin here. Begin curating your brand. No one can define you. Trust me, I lived it. I hurt because of it, yeah? But only you can decide. You can decide, you know what? Moving forward, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. And maybe it starts in the kitchen. Maybe it's nutrition that I have to begin with. Because the person I want to become and the brand I want to grow into, and I want to support a healthy lifestyle. I want to support healthy communication. I want to support communication of kindness and human decency. You know, but if I'm not kind to myself, or if I hang out at butcher's shops, or whatever it may be, like, I can't really advocate for animals, right? Do an audit, like a self-audit, and build your brand. And it's going to reflect in that business, the product, the service, you're met everywhere. And it's going to inspire those around you. We do audits probably more than necessary, right? But I want my teammates to continue asking themselves who they are. I want them to continue asking themselves, who do I want to be? I want to continue asking themselves, why me? Why am I valuable? Why is this product or service valuable? And is it only valuable to me? I want them to ask that, right? So we can answer it together and be honest about it. And believe me, my team is like brutal honesty. And I don't know if I like that, but it's good, I guess. It's good. Next slide, please. Okay, so story pillar. So how do you tell that story, right? Contribute, support, benefit. These are the things we have to answer, right? A story has to contribute to something or someone, or it has to define how you're contributing to something or someone. Who does it support? Who do you support? How is it supported, right? Sometimes the story is not about the hero. Sometimes the story is about the person that wants to be a hero, right? Rudy, the movie Rudy. It's an incredible lesson in branding, right? I happen to love that movie, but if you haven't seen it, it's about a Notre Dame college football. It's a great movie. It's a really cool movie about Notre Dame college football, and someone unexpected to be kind of risen on the shoulders of giants, right? Or raised on the shoulders of giants. So that contribute, support, and benefit. So for us, benefit is the most important pillar, right? How do I benefit your cause? If you spend money with my agency, with our brand house, how will it benefit you? I have to have an answer for that, right? And my answer can't be a sales pitch. We're not salesmen. We're branders. We're storytellers, right? So, and I'm very uncomfortable in that position anyway. So we're just honest, and we don't pretend to be salesmen, right? But I want you to know that if we engage, here's how it can benefit you. Short-term, long-term, and then throughout our relationship. And it's honest, and it's guided, and it's blueprinted, and it has milestones that makes us accountable, right? Because branding, again, isn't cheap, right? It's an expensive ask, but it's the most important investment you can make in yourself, in your business, in your idea. Even the lessons are worthy of that expense, right? Lifestyle change, whatever it may be, it's worth it if it contributes, supports, or benefits someone other than just you, right? Next one, please. Get comfortable. All right, so one of our pillars, or the reasons we work with the clients we work with, is because we like building long-term, meaningful relationships with all our client portfolio, right? We're not a project-based brand house. We do project management after the project has been handed over. We make sure the clients are okay. We make sure their teams are onboarded. We don't expect a CEO to onboard their team to a brand guide. We don't expect any billable member of that team to teach brand guidelines, right? That's a billable time. That's making that company money. So we go in and we make sure that those brand guidelines are at least read, checked up on, exercised throughout those 8 months, right? And then continued after that every year. We kind of renew. It's because branding has to be exercised. It's a muscle, right? That's why you see so many companies rebrand or renew or refresh their look. Even Bentley and Rolls-Royce did it, right? I don't know. Have you guys seen the new Rolls-Royce brand mark? I'm on the fence with that one as well. I just don't think this is not part of the talk or anything like that. It's just this thing I have. I just like leave classics alone, you know? Just leave them alone. All right, so get comfortable. Build these long-term, meaningful relationships, and that includes with you. Like, build it with you. Begin with branding you, right? And build that really healthy communication and cadence in your head, that voice in your head. What does it sound like? Like, have we really paid attention to how we speak to ourselves? You know? Once we do, we begin to recognize that cadence and tone and voice, those things, although we're pretty careful with what comes out of our mouth, we're not nearly careful enough with what doesn't, right? And it's a lesson I learned, but I can't imagine I'm the only one that's recognized that. Okay? Next one, please. Value over cost. So this is our model. Right? This is our mantra. So when a client comes to us and they say, why you? It's because we're a value over cost proposition. Right? When it comes to spending money on branding, they have to justify that spend. Okay? So we build relationships. We don't bill relationships. Having a conversation with us, engaging us, that doesn't cost money. Okay? You might have approached us and you wanted to use another agency, but you have a question and asking that agency costs $600 an hour. Just call me. Like, if we're building that relationship, call me. If you trust me to help you walk through it, call me. It's perfectly fine. I'm one of the few people that still uses a phone, like with a voice, you know? So I give Alex a hard time because it's just like text. It's just always text. Okay, so are you a value over cost solution, right? It's like, are you more valuable than you are expensive? That's what matters, right? So you might be, priceless. You're priceless, right? But the price tag on that item says $75, but I've recognized it as priceless. That's a value over cost proposition. That's a very good deal, right? Oftentimes, you'll find vendors or clients that are really worried about making that dive or that commitment to a spend or that invitation, whatever it may be, because of something called, being pot committed, right? I think it's a poker term, right? So let's say they've interviewed me, they've understood what we stand for, they understand what the value proposition is in branding, but they're afraid to go all in, right? Once they go all in, there's a psychological trigger that, the same thing that happens in poker happens in business, right? And you become pot committed. So on Capitol Hill, if you back one side or the other, you're pot committed. Regardless how many mistakes one side makes, you defend that decision, right? Because you don't want to lose all that money that you have on the table, right? You don't want to suggest I'm an idiot. Okay, so you're pot committed. That's why you see so many people fight for something that's clearly wrong, right? Clearly wrong. Or it's because they're pot committed. We just spent 4 years or 8 years or whatever it may be defending this candidate, right? Defending every decision he or she makes. And now she's admitted he's lied the entire time. Well, I'm pot committed. So I'm going to say, he just said that to make you happy, okay? He wasn't serious. Are you kidding? He wasn't serious. That's being pot committed, right? Value over cost prevents that trigger, right? They might have $50,000 in the pot, but man, they could have had $500,000, so they're very happy with that $50,000 commitment, right? Because the value is much higher, right? We want to make sure you communicate a value messaging or proposition versus a cost one. Next one, please. Oh, so this just happened. So our culture is a vibe. What makes our agency and our delivery, like our brand messaging, pretty special, in my opinion, is our culture. So our culture is our team. It's the way we treat each other. It's the way that we treat our friends, and it's the way we treat our clients. It's colleagues that chose not to engage in a business relationship with us. We still treat them with respect, right? It's not a BS fake handshake when we shake their hands. Like, it's a real pleasure to meet some of you, right? I'm so happy I got to meet all of you. That's real. It doesn't matter if you're my client or not, right? So that's what culture really is that really healthy balance of doing what you love with the people that you care about for a community that you want to engage with, right? That's culture. You know, it's like you come to work, and Brandy and I are brainstorming, and Brandy has an idea, and that idea is exercised. It's executed. It's heard. It's not ignored, you know? That's a healthy culture. You can build your own, you've heard the term building agency, like you have agency. If you haven't, look it up, right? It's like this, how would you describe it? Like having agency, having this.
Think about the word like empowerment.
Empowerment, right? You have this agency, and now you get to curate it. You get to build a culture for that agency. All right, well, this is my brand. I'm the agency. I'm also the brand. Well, how do I want my culture to behave? Is it safe for me to sit with you? Regardless of my gender, identity, whatever it is, political background, am I safe? Right? Like, our culture is safe. You're safe with me. You know, you're safe. If I put my arm around somebody, they know I'm not trying to hook up with them, right? It's just like, you're safe with me. You're safe with me. You can sit down next to me. It's okay, right? There's no predators here. You can have ideas. There's no people to shoot them down here, right? Every idea matters. What we don't do at our brand house is we don't throw ideas up against a wall, right? Everything has to be with intent and purpose. So if Brandy's designing something, and I say, hey, Brandy, why'd you put that pink swoosh in the corner? She'll never say to me, because it looks good. I might think it looks really good. But the answer she gives me is with intent and purpose. The intent is to balance the page. The purpose is to introduce pink, because that's part of that brand formula, right? She could have said it looks good, and I would have been like, absolutely not. That cannot be the answer, right? Because oftentimes we have to prepare our audience for what ifs. What if the client asks you, why is there a pink swoosh there, right? And we have to address it with reason. I want you to kind of, the reason I'm doing all this, the reason I'm giving you all these stories and these like weird anecdotes is because when you're delivering that experience, this thought process that's completely wacky to a lot of people matters. right? There's no steps that should be skipped because you matter. You matter enough to think about what that voice sounds like. You matter enough to think about what Jenny's voice sounds like, right? You have to be empathetic enough to understand what someone else's hardships might be. Not treat them, though, as though they're going through crap, but to have that understanding that that person's job must be really hard, right? So this is going to be my tone and my cadence when I speak with that person. I'm going to be patient. If she says I have a headache, I'm not going to say, here's some Tylenol. I'm going to say, I'm sorry, how can I best support you, right? Like, that's the rule. There's a reason for that. So, a culture is a vibe. That's our culture. A culture of safety, of creativity. And we were called a misfit teamworkaholics by Popeye Magazine yesterday, right? So if you don't know Popeye Magazine is it's out of Tokyo. And the creative director used to be the creative director for Uniqlo. You know that brand, that Japanese brand? So he went and he joined Popeye, and they did a piece on us because someone from Hypebeast caught on to our rebrand and the fact that I'm doing everything non-traditionally and the whole team's involved and we're just going to go against the grain. It was kind of like, I think the words I used had the F and it in it. That's how I kind of described it. And it just kind of caught on. And it was because I surrendered. I was frustrated with not being able to be perfect, right? And the therapist I go to, she's like, well, how's that working out for you, that perfectionism? And it wasn't, right? So I surrendered, which was a word Brandy helped me understand a little better. And we're branded Misfit Teamworkaholics, which I love. Okay. So we've also been featured on Food Network with Hisley and the Wall Street Journal, who did our first rebrand. Oh, it was the Wall Street Journal magazine who did our first rebrand feature. But that Fit Teamworkaholics, I just thought it was so Tokyo. Freaking love that. Can we go to the next one? Capturing freedom. So celebrating imperfection, right? And I can't be the only one, and maybe you're not the only one. Maybe your audience members aren't, right? Perfect. Celebrate the fact that they're not when you're delivering something. Oftentimes, like Apple's branding, you receive perfect, right? Is there anything prettier than opening an Apple product, right? It's beautiful. It's done so well because you've just received perfect. You added perfect to your day, right? That's branding. It's a visceral experience, right? So you have to begin defining what you want to deliver and what's that going to feel like to that audience member, right? To that market. How are they going to feel when they receive your product, service, conversation, whatever it may be? That has to be defined. It's not this blind game that a lot of people in our industry are playing, right? Let's go to the next one, buddy. All right, so this is kind of where Alex shines, right? So I captain framing the rebrand. So I gave Alex a really hard job during our rebrand. And what I said to him, when he sat me down, he said, well, what do you want this to look like? I was all over the map with what I wanted it to look like. But at the end of the day, I said, I want this to be relaxed. I don't want anyone to go shopping for like nice clothes or anything like that. Come as you are, right? I said, I want to see all of you. So full body shot. It doesn't matter if you feel you're imperfect. I want them to feel perfect in our rebrand, right? I wanted you, the audience member, our market, to visit our website or to learn more about our brand or in Popeye Magazine, whatever it may be, right? I wanted them to see behind the curtain. I wanted them to see that we don't have a fancy address. We work out of my apartment most of the time, right? I want them to see that. I like my apartment, and it's just me. It used to be me and my dog, but it's just me. I got plenty of space, right? I want them to see that this is really hard. You know, and it takes a lot for 8 friends to pursue their own ideas and their own passions while building something for the communities they love, right? For the people they care about. It's really hard. It's tough, but it's so incredibly rewarding. And this is like what I'm vomiting to Alex like during that interview, which he thought was just like question and answer, but it was like, thank you for this therapy session. But I just wanted I wanted you to see behind the curtain. No holding, kind of like, it's just, this is who we are, this is who we're gonna show. And then Alex said, who's flying in? So we have team members in Nashville and in Florida and Chicago and in London. And I told them nobody's flying in, but we're all gonna take part in this rebrand. And this next section, I included in our talk because we spoke earlier. I said, Alex isn't really a man of many words, but he's one hell of a storyteller. And the way Alex tells his story is visually, right? So how do you frame these emotions that I just puked on Alex for a rebrand? How are you going to deliver that brand, right? That package. And I want Alex. You want to explain to them, show them like what the steps were when you did it? Yeah. All right. Awesome.
Thank you, Andre. So yeah, you know, as you share that story, Andre, I'm always thinking about two things, and I admire Andre's ability to what I call kind of like zoom in and zoom out on these ideas with empathy, right? It's looking at the bigger picture, and while also making sure that we're looking at the details as well. So part of this challenge was capturing all of that with our team.
Yeah.
And so here we have Shay, our rock star. She helped with our outfits. I'm not a fashionista by any stress, and so she helped us out getting together outfits and a wardrobe that already existed, that represented us. And then we have Brandy. If we haven't shouted out Brandy already, Brandy's right there. Hey, Brandy. Who came in and being the designer and leader that she is, we took a different approach. We said, Brandy, how about you lead this, and you tell me how you envision, this frame being delivered to an audience, and she made my job super easy. We were in and out like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, so. And then we have Sasha in Chicago.
Wait, can you go back?
Oh, yes.
So Sasha didn't fly in, right? So she didn't fly in from Chicago to be in our shoot. So what she did was, I think she was at the airport or something, and her husband took a picture of her sitting like on like somewhere. It was like she was just sitting down, and she was like, "Can you use this?" And we're like, "Yeah, we can use it. I mean, sure, we can use it, but we have to find a way to fit Sasha in my apartment from a picture she took at an airport in Chicago, or I don't know. I think she was in Chicago at the time. Yeah, but that's her. But we found a way to include Sasha in everything we're doing, in our brand, in our story, in a peek behind the curtain, right? And at first, we got this estimate. It was like X $1,000 for like the set. If you want to curate this, curate that. We just pulled my couch and my poofy ball in and like rolled up rugs. And like made a book tower, and I think like the whole thing, I think all together was like $300, right? Because I own the couch and everything, but that's part of our story, man. Like, we are honest about what we communicate, how we communicate it, and I think it's really important. And I think one of the things that Alex is leaving out, because he is incredibly humble, is he's capturing these tones, right? He's capturing the warmth. He's capturing the space and the light, and he's correcting it to fit into the narrative. I vomited on him, remember? So like, he's doing all that with a lens, right? Like through a lens. And to me, that's incredibly rewarding. I think it's so special to see. And I thought the photos came out really, really well. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, buddy.
All good. And we have Sam as well. Surf and rock and roll. That pretty much summarizes Sam.
Yeah, where Sasha is balayage and Balenciaga, Sam is surf naked. Like that's her brand. So it's just like these opposites that it's just awesome. It's such cool chemistry. And when we brought our team together, one of the reasons that made this team so special is because Alex and I, we insisted chemistry over everything else. We can teach everything else, but we can't teach chemistry, right? So putting a team of friends together that get along, that have their own brands, that are nothing alike, I still can't believe it happened, but it's happening, and we've done really well with it so far.
And that's Sam's husband, Colin. If you can't tell, he's a model, so he was an easy one to do.
Yeah. So, story about Colin, he has like zero body fat, okay? And he's like tall and handsome, and he's getting ready for the Ironman in Florida right now. But he took time to kind of send us pictures, and all of us are dorks, like we're not cool, like we're nerds, dorks, especially me. But Colin just comes in, takes a couple photos, they're all perfect, and exits. So if you put all our photos like next to each other, you're almost like, we have to fire Colin. But he's one of the best guys. So his brand that he's pushing has to do with nutrition. It has to do with like self-help and becoming a better version of you, right? Like zero body fat and like what you put into your body kind of comes. It reflects in so many different ways, right? And that's the message Colin shares on his social media. It's all about health and fitness and nutrition, while he's helping our clients speak to their community members and audiences and their clients. He is incredibly personable, and he teaches our clients how to speak with someone without intimidating them, which is really important and super ignored, right?
Oh, it's you. And we have Andre. So we scheduled this over, I think, 3 days. The first day was set up. The second day, we were trying to decide if we were going to shoot me first or shoot you first. And Andre was like, let's shoot you first. Because Andre doesn't give himself much credit. Me being humble, Andre stepped into this frame, and I just knew we had a winner. I knew we had a winner here. He was like, this is my good side.
I just said, just go. Okay. So going to the...
And then we have the last slide here.
Okay, so that's the picture we're using for Alex.
Yeah.
And it shows him in all these different positions because he's a multitasker, right? He has all these different jobs. So here's where we kind of want to wrap things up with, right? Here's what we want to wrap things up with for you. First, we're incredibly thankful and grateful that we had people in the audience, that you were listening and you were interested, and some of you are my friends, and thank you so much for coming and supporting us. But that I'm incredibly thankful that you have this interest in branding, right? Because to me, it helps you become a better person, business owner, partner. It's not just about sales, right? It helps you become a better boss to your teammates, better conversation, and a better listener as well. So the way all this ties in together is we take those elements we talked about. I'm going to make this available on our website, okay? So you can just push a button. And you take the elements we talked about and you define them so that when you package it, it's received the way you intended it to be received, right? It's like you don't want to say, I answered all these questions. I know why I'm valuable. I know why, what's special about us. I'm going to spit in this box and then send it. No, like we're not going to spit, right? Like the things you just said are incredibly important, and they should be curated as such. Because you're important, right? You're important. So that's branding. So how do you share that visceral experience? By being you. Incite that emotional response versus the sale. Okay? Any questions? You can go to the last one. Bam. Last one. Yeah. So that's our website. That's our studio email, which we all have access to. And like, we're not really that creative with email addresses. I'm Andre at, he's Alex at Andre Bean. But don't be a stranger. Let us know what you thought. Let us know how you felt. Let us know where we can improve. And that stuff really matters to us as well. And if we can help you in any way, let's have that conversation. Sound good? Hey, thanks for everything, guys. I really appreciate it. Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
We're good? All right. Welcome, everybody. The sound is working. Yeah, we're excited. Thank you so much for joining us at Baltimore Innovation Week. So we are currently of and formerly of Technically, a tech and innovation, entrepreneurship, et cetera, news site that this year is celebrating our 10th year reporting on Baltimore. So very exciting for us. Thank you so much. So my name is Julie Zeglin. I'm current managing editor at Technically. I am not based in Baltimore, but I'm very happy to be here today. I've been in this role for a couple of years, so I've worked with two-thirds of the people here, and we'll soon be joined by our now recently former Baltimore reporter, Dante Kirby. He's running a little late, but he'll be here shortly. So before we get started, I also want to call attention to this beautiful social media wall behind us. You too can appear on this wall if you use the hashtag BMR Tech 10. This is a compilation of people who recorded videos saying thanks to us, partly to our reporting of the last 10 years, but also sharing a headline that they want to see 10 years from now in Baltimore. So you can think about that and what you would write for your headline. So in this next 40 minutes or so, we're going to be talking about our reflections on the last 10 years of Baltimore tech, how the city has changed, and especially how the entrepreneurship community has changed, and the big themes that we saw in our reporting over that time. We'll also be looking forward to what we expect the future of Baltimore tech will look like. So we will start in chronological order. Andrew Zaleski was our very first reporter in Baltimore back in 2012. Could you please intro yourself, talk about what you've been working on since then?
This works, right? Yeah. So I was the first reporter in Baltimore. I started in June 2012, and I was here until about June 2014. And since then, I'm just a freelance writer. I write for a bunch of different magazines. Not really about tech anymore. Sorry. But is that good?
It's great. Yeah, thank you. Stephen Babcock, longtime reporter and editor in Baltimore. How about you?
Hey, everyone. Stephen Babcock. I served as an editor and a reporter and probably a couple other things over about 8 years from 2014 up until at the end of last year, basically. By the way, it's great to see so many people who are a part of this journey with us here today. So thanks everyone for coming out. And now I'm running a new e-commerce focused media site called thecurrent.media, if anyone wants to visit it, if you're interested in commerce and the future of retail. So.
Samir Rapp. I am currently Technically's editor in Baltimore, overseeing Baltimore and DC coverage. And since Dante, who will be here shortly, has left Technically, I've also been reporting for our Baltimore and since joining Technically in February. Before that, I was a reporter for publications, including Color Lines, and freelance in a couple. King it all.
We're having some
we can
mic
just like
issues.
split these two if that works.
It's fine. Cool. Great. So again, 2012, very different scene than we have now. We're going to talk about how that's evolved. Andrew, can you tell us what was one of the first stories you remember reporting when you started here? This is like, again, summer 2012. You were new to this beat. What were you focusing on?
If I just talk without the mic, without the feedback, can people hear me? Is that good? Yeah. Okay. Live stream. Okay. 2012. Gosh, one of the first stories I remember reporting was this group of guys who started up a tie sharing service. That was one, like literally neckties. If you need a necktie, come get it. But probably over the course of that year, I remember writing a variety of bigger things. This is around the time when Uber showed up in Baltimore, and Yellow Cab did not like that. So Uber and Yellow Cab got into a big fight with each other. This is also the time when we tried to sort of figure out what the cybersecurity scene in Baltimore looked like, because there are a lot of companies here, but we weren't quite sure how many actual employees of those companies lived in Baltimore City. So we looked at that. That was one of the bigger stories. Those are two that come to mind. I don't know if that's what you're sort of looking for.
Yeah, Stephen, how'd you pick those stories up once you came on as reporter?
Oh, well, I think, for one, there was, and there was definitely a kind of an explosion of smaller startups that were coming and were forming in the city, right? But what we eventually found was they were also kind of coalescing around specific hubs, right? So you would have, like, the ETC was one of those where not only startups would come and work here, but then they would all they'd have happy hour. There'd be people stopping by for meetings, and they kind of became these like centers of activity for the tech scene. And while I was a lead reporter from very early on, there was kind of this also explosion of the spaces, right, that were of those different kinds of spaces that were forming, right? So you not only had, as Andrew mentioned, there was cybersecurity, that's kind of one community that is kind of an outgrowth of the NSA being based in Maryland, right? And there are a lot of startups that come as a result of that. We also have biotech in Baltimore, Hopkins in Maryland, and they both built massive spaces. When you look at the biopark over here, Johns Hopkins 1812, the lab space that they have, that's all fairly new still, right, in the past decade. I mean, that kind of is that example of economic growth and in the city and how tech is really tied to that. So just seeing and then we also had OpenWorks was doing hard physical goods and offering makers a space to do that. Impact Hub took a focus on social innovation. So there is a wide variety. The tech got big enough where it could kind of have these subcategories of the scene, so to speak. I think was definitely the case. And as that kind of evolved, each of those spaces started to get bigger and kind of formed their own communities, within that larger community in some sense. And obviously, it's a city, right? There's people that cross between all different sides of those. But it was just really interesting to, how there wasn't only one tech community in a lot of cases. So.
Samir and Stephen, you can both comment on this, but a lot of Dante's beat when he came on, Dante Kirby joined us as a Report for America Corps member in summer 2020. A lot of his beat was focused on digital access, DEI initiatives around the Baltimore tech community. Stephen, maybe you can comment on why we decided to focus his beat on that, and then Samir, you could talk about what those initiatives look like nowadays.
Yeah, I think it was really interesting how we often saw the technology community was also this sub branch of the local economy, right? And I think some of that you can tie back to say that's Baltimore's digital economy in a sense, right? And what we saw was, the part of being involved in the local digital economy meant, there were questions of access that kept coming up, right? We often found that, actually there are, the level of the exact study from the Able Foundation about the internet, the people in Baltimore who are connected to the internet was 40% of people, lack wireline access. 40% of households lack wireline access to the internet. And so there's this question of, the tech community is growing a ton, but we also want to cover how people are getting access to that, right? And the reality is that there were gaps there. And I think, to report on those is different than, in some ways, than kind of saying, okay, we're a business publication that's focused only on kind of these like up and coming startups and these questions of valuations and fundraising and profit. But when you're talking about expanding internet access, that's the city government's involved in that, right? That's in some ways the education system is involved in that, right? In a lot of ways, it's about working with different coalitions of people throughout the city. And I think we really saw that the tech, it couldn't only be about tech, but there was more broad questions of access and how everyone in the city was kind of entering this economy. And so we wanted to go out and answer those questions. And it was, we had kind of written up that proposal, and the Able Foundation study came out, I think, in 2020, maybe early, and then the pandemic happened, right? And And I think that the reality of not having internet access was only driven home further at a time when everyone was not only relying on that for work, but also, to do many basic functions of life. And so I think it felt like it only grew in importance at that point. And what we also started to see was there was a lot more organizing energy around, working on these issues. Like all those same people that Andrew met the first time he went to Baltimore, or I met at the first Baltimore Innovation Week in 2014, immediately in the aftermath of, pandemic lockdowns, like turn their attention to focus on, how can we make sure that we get laptops to people? How can we make sure that we have Wi-Fi hotspots for folks? That organizing energy kind of turned to that issue. And, so it ended up being kind of this interesting, dovetail that we had that beat was kind of, we're getting more important. And by the way, I think these issues are going to continue to be really important, and there's also a ton of money that's about to get invested in this through the infrastructure bill, through Baltimore City with ARPA, the money that they're getting from the federal government, basically really important issues, and they have these things that are, informing them like never before. So accountability is going to be even more important.
And just a quick set, I mean, we're continuing even without Steven around, without Dante around, to cover these topics. Dante, both under Steven and while I was his editor, really opened the door in a lot of senses, I think, to covering a lot of digital equity issues that are very intimately related to some of the other kinds of more, maybe I guess you could say like business first or tech first things that are a bit more quote unquote central to what Technically does in terms of like its original mission on this world. And you see sort of evidence of that in the way that we talk about DEI in the sector, STEM pipelines, and how we're sort of building our next generation of STEM workers in this city, and developers and tech professionals and entrepreneurs. So we've been covering a bit of that through, and I guess my lens now is sort of trained on what is going to be the effect of these ARPA dollars, of other infrastructure related bills that are getting distributed through the city, through foundations, through all these other entities, or in some cases like distributed directly to some of these entities that then work with companies or work, have accelerators or whatever, and just trying to get a sense of what equity sort of looks like in this city, or digital equity looks like in the city now that there is perhaps more money from the government and the private sector than ever before, or at least more interest from investors on, DEI related things or projects and companies that focus on fixing social inequities. So yeah. It continues to evolve, but it continues to be a priority, is I guess the simplest way of saying it.
Cool, thanks. So let's talk a little bit about industries of 2012 now and all throughout. So Andrew, starting with you again. You called this out a little bit, I think. What were some of the bigger? Hey, Dante, everybody, welcome Dante Kirby. Yeah. Dante, I'll let you get settled, but we'll have you intro yourself in a minute. So Andrew, comment on some of the industries that were big at the time, or that were even coalescing, some of the companies that were itty bitty there then and bigger now, or honestly, I would love to hear about everybody thought this was going to be huge in Baltimore and it just did not happen industry-wise.
Yeah, I mean, 2012 was, it's kind of a cliche to say literally a different time, but we got set up here about 6 weeks after Facebook goes public. So I think a lot of the early scene in Baltimore was kind of surveying who might actually be big based on what had come before. So there was Millennial Media, there was Ad.com, there were guys like Greg Cangelosi who had done big exits, Dave Troy sold ToadNet. So we sort of thought maybe it's going to be advertising tech, maybe it'll be something related to that. And then over time, you just start to see different sort of focuses emerge, like whether it's ed tech, whether it's fintech, the cybersecurity stuff was always big. But I think in those early days, it was a lot of, 1 or 2 person teams trying to just put a startup together and sort of see where they fit in. I don't know if there was necessarily one big thing at the time.
Yeah, I think where, the way it was kind of always presented to me, I remember when I first, I saw, I think it was Jason Hardebeck was running Dream It Health, which was like an accelerator for health IT companies at the time. And I remember I saw him give this presentation that was, for me, that was like the intro to Baltimore, right, to the tech scene. And he was like, the main basics, subcategories, so to speak, are education technology, advertising technology, cybersecurity, and life sciences, right? And when those each make sense, right? Because I mean, those kind of like flow up to like what are the dominant kind of industries in the local economy in Baltimore, right? You have cybersecurity, huge hub at Fort Meade, right? Life sciences, I mentioned, with universities. Education technology, a really interesting base of kind of companies who were pioneers, right, in ed tech based here in Baltimore, and that gave you Laureate Education, which still is going around, and a bunch of others that kind of spun out of that. So I think we were kind of all looking to those similarly, but what another thing that was kind of the undercurrent that was happening around that, maybe when you started and when I was kind of first taking the reins, was the App Store, Apple App Store, right? There was still the promise that you could build an app and monetize that, and that was kind of the ticket to stardom, so to speak, right? And I think as things kind of expanded, in my time, think about the amount you hear about AI right now. That's only really been like in the past 5 or 7 years that's exploded as a use case, and there's all these different use cases for serving businesses through those data tools, through those data science tools and analytics. And that's just kind of exploded, So I think, in a lot of ways, we're not looking as much for to a specific industry, because yes, those are going to be kind of established. Some of those are going to be established through what we already have in the local economy. But it's also what is the next generation of technologies that is really going to inform how businesses come about, because this Baltimore is a city like any other, right? And I think it's really interesting the way I see now, as I was kind of getting ready to go out, one of the startups I was watching was Eureka Labs, and it was interesting to me how they had kind of spun out of the Salesforce ecosystem. They started by serving people within Salesforce, right? And then they kind of were able to build a business on that. Similar to the way, in that back in the day, you could build an app on the Apple App Store and kind of get it out that way, right? So it's interesting how these things kind of go in cycles.
Dante, I'd love to have you introduce yourself a bit. Talk about we talked a little bit about what you focused on in your beat, but from your perspective, would love to hear a little bit about the biggest stories or biggest themes that you covered in your time at Technically. And also, everyone shared one of the first big stories that they remember writing, or a big initial trend or theme that you covered early on.
Okay. But I guess to start, name is Dante Kirby. I was the lead Baltimore reporter, I guess, from the start of the pandemic to a month ago. And I guess the big trend that I remember seeing in the beginning, y'all were talking a lot about ed tech, and that was actually something I probably didn't see that often, unless we were talking about it from a training for tech jobs perspective. I know Catalyte got pretty big, or I had a few big stories on their growth, and that okay, we have remote work is rising, and all of these STEM jobs need people. We're the place to go to come fill it. So that was the big thing along education wise. And me personally, I covered a lot of digital equity things. And in the pandemic, that mostly took the shape of who had internet and who didn't. But it could also be around who gets the VC money, who doesn't, who gets the engineering job, who doesn't. Well, I think the big story, at least I like to think from the start, was Google and somebody who was from Baltimore who got told her Baltimore accent ability. And I've talked to this woman, and she talks way more proper than I do, and she's 5'2" tops. But her Baltimore accent was considered threatening, and that was the big story for me that I feel sort of started and shaped the beat. around, again, digital Act 3 topics. And when I think about, like, y'all talking about the industries that sort of I saw a lot in my trend was centered a lot around, like, civic tech and what Fearless is doing. I think that was, like, when I think of your Eureka Labs, or I forgot what you were covering that you saw were big, but, like, Fearless was probably the one that was, like, I kept seeing it get big deal after big deal, and it made it sort of shape my coverage around, like, okay, civic tech and government contracting and, like, what that looks like. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, thanks. So you touched on this a bit. I want to talk about entrepreneurial resources. You mentioned, like, who gets VC dollars, who gets connections, but more broadly, thinking about the resources that are available in Baltimore to people who are looking to start companies, that has changed over the past decade as well. So thinking about eras, we had Accelerate Baltimore, Baltimore Angels early on. Institutions got more involved. Now there's a group of local funds, big money funds. We have Upsurge. We have a couple other organizations that are focused specifically on Baltimore. So Andrew, going back to the early days again. So what do you remember as like tech breakfast was something that you covered early on, for instance? Like, what were some of the convening resources available to people starting companies?
Yeah, so in terms of publicity, it was Tech Breakfast, if anyone remembers Ron Schmelzer, when they would do those every month. I mean, the funding situation was always the big question. There was Accelerate Baltimore. There were the Angels. I know over time, people like Vince Talbert and Frank Bolsonaro got a little more involved in it, but I think that was always the biggest thing. And I think for a while there in the beginning, the reason why people started trying to convene more stuff in Baltimore was because I think the feeling was you had to go out west, go get your money, and then maybe you could come back here because there wasn't a whole lot of money available. Unless you were one of those big companies or one of those people who did an exit just from building a company in Baltimore. And that's probably what's changed. There was so much disparate stuff when I was here. Like, some of these companies never even heard of because I haven't been here since 2014. And I think that's what's changed. In the beginning, it was a bunch of little things trying to figure out how you can actually do anything here. And now it seems much more mature, at least based on what you guys are saying.
Oh, yeah. Wait, so we're just picking that up.
Yeah.
I think the funding situation has definitely, I think there were just more, the initial kind of like really, really early seed capital that you could get to kind of go explore your idea a little bit. I'm talking about like when you just, are kind of at the level of a $10, $25, $50,000 check kind of helps you, that kind of got, that there was a lot more effort to get that to people, I think, right? So I've been to many big check award presentations at demo days. They were just giving out the big checks of $25,000. I think we had a lot. And then what we saw was that there were actually more VC firms that started to be formed specifically here in the city, and I think some of that was an outgrowth of, when entrepreneurs have a successful outcome, what you can do with that is go back and invest that into the new crop of startups, right? So, see Margaret's here. Guy Filippelli had Red Owl Analytics and now founded Squadra Ventures, which is investing in another wave, right? I think when you kind of see that ecosystem cycle going, kind of starting to fulfill itself, then that kind of builds over time. And I think we'll see more of that, but I do think that there's an interesting aspect of you can still go elsewhere and find funding and then grow from a base in Baltimore. But as a VC, you can also build from a base in Baltimore and look elsewhere as well, right? So I think the pandemic kind of reshaped a little bit of, I heard from investors who said they're taking Zoom meetings was actually much easier as far as, their ability to, meet with lots and lots of people. And obviously during the early days of the pandemic, very frothy investment market. So I think that kind of, sped things up a little bit in some respects. So it'll be interesting for me to see how things kind of continue to evolve now that we're back in person a little bit more. on the capital markets. But I do think that the number of resources that grew out of those, I talked about all those spaces before that came up in Baltimore where people were kind of congregating, and each one of those has also become a resource hub, right? Whether they're offering funding, whether they're offering mentorship, whether they're offering kind of, a program that like ETC offers with Accelerate Baltimore, where it is like this, 12-week accelerator program. Those things kind of, so not only did you kind of have that real estate that got formed, but there were more and more resources that came up as well. So.
I just want to briefly add. So technically covers Philly, Baltimore, DC, Delaware, and Pittsburgh as markets, which are all not Silicon Valley. They're all not New York City or Boston on purpose because they are growing and interesting and have a lot of on-the-ground work happening. Coalescing around the smaller tech scenes that are happening there. Something that we did hear across the board during the pandemic was that small companies, any company looking for venture capital, was finding it easier to raise money from non-local investors. It became less important to try to find somebody who would invest in them in their own city, because you could just take a Zoom call from somebody who happens to be based in Silicon Valley. The question then is that we are thinking about daily throughout the pandemic and now and forever, then how does place matter in terms of raising money? We can talk about that too, but that's a big thing that we grappled with during the pandemic that I think everyone in any entrepreneurial ecosystem grappled with too. But you guys, do you want to add anything about resources, entrepreneurial resources?
I guess, I'll quickly tie to the first article that I wrote for Technically, which was just a recap of the demo day that Techstars and Upsurge Baltimore had for the Equitech Accelerator class, which for me, I think set a stage in terms of like what my lens has been here. Not only because race and racial equity have been these sort of like hallmarks of things I've done throughout my career as a reporter covering not tech. I mean, this is my first tech journalism job, but it also, I think, set for me this sort of platform of understanding, well, who are the companies that are getting some amount of attention from not only local investors, but like a broader national, international entity like Techstars. There were a couple of companies in that accelerator who were not based here, but said from the stage that they were going to be doing very intentional hiring here or even relocate here. Not all of that has panned out, I don't think, but at least some of what that showed to me was that there was some interest in companies being based here, and that there was an audience that was ready to hear that companies were relocating here. So, and particularly companies that follow this Equitech vision that Upsurge has sort of set out of, doing things in an equitable way that can kind of build this city and develop and quote unquote revitalize the city through a lens of equity and inclusion, and do it in a way that isn't like what's been done in Silicon Valley, where like it became cool, all the rents rose, and the people that made it cool don't get to live there anymore. So like, I think that for me, what it did set in stone was this sense of there's interest in Baltimore that had not existed for at least a couple of years. And as people were making this return to in-person events and dealing with the reality of what it's like to have like decentralized companies or companies that hire from across the country, hire from across the world, something about tying yourself to Baltimore still made enough sense in the context of an event that had like a international, national player like Techstars. So I don't know if that quite answers the question, but that is like something that I feel like I've seen as a trend. What I will say is one of the companies in that accelerator, Ecomap Technologies, made a great resource that they debuted a couple months ago. That was like a sort of map of resources to access in Baltimore for people who want to found companies here. It was I think done in collaboration or in partnership with Upsurge, and it was released as a physical guide, but exists as a digital guide, released as a physical guide at a like 1-year anniversary event that Upsurge Baltimore had a couple months back in Pigtown. So I think the fact that like these kinds of resources exist, like it makes me wonder if such like, I obviously wasn't here, but maybe such centralization of resources in a sort of digestible, easy to access way maybe didn't exist in the same way back when y'all were working at Technically, or if it did, it wasn't as accessible or as centralized, which means maybe there wasn't that same level of interest to drive it. I think that feels new.
I guess we're talking about like the ecosystem as a whole and like how it's changed resource wise. I know I remember hearing Jason Hardebeck talk about it. Talked to the MindGrub CEO. He talked about it similarly. And it's what I see with like my new beat in DC, like that same thing of like the ecosystem now is, I guess, fuller than it was before, or like it was more complete now than it was 10 years ago, where you could go from pre-seed to seed to Series A and get that exit. And the main issue is that like there hasn't been as many big exits from Baltimore as much anymore, because I guess the way it works is that somebody does a big exit, become an angel investor, and they sort of like cycle that money back into the community. And that sort of goes back to, okay, Fearless is getting big, and now it has Hutch, which builds a bunch of other civic tech companies. So now it feels like, okay, this is a civic tech place. Or MindGrub gets big and starts doing its own investing, and now it feels like, okay, now digital services seems like a thing to do here. When you were talking about, I guess, ad.com, you thought it was going to be ad tech because they got so big, and those angel investors are interested in the companies like that. So I guess that's really the big thing, where like the resources have changed because those companies have gotten big and reached back. So sometimes I think about my mind of like, oh, this is like a place for social entrepreneurship, as they call it, because I see places like Conscious Venture Labs and how they invest in people and entrepreneurs or innovation work. So it makes me think the system is full there. But I can also hear on the other side for like every company that went through, let's say Techstars, Equitex, and wants to come in here because they feel like they get so much help and resource as entrepreneurs at that pre-seed, seed level, and they feel like, oh, I get connections here that I can't get in a way in New York City. There's companies who are like born and raised here, like B360, who feel like, oh, I have to leave to get the recognition I want, or I got to leave to get the funding that I'm looking for, because it always looks like it's shinier when it's from outside the community. So it like, I guess there's a dichotomy there about resources. But I guess it always comes back to the same question of like, companies might know how to get pre-seed or seed money, but they don't know how to get the Series A money. Or if they're at the Series A stage, they feel like they got to go somewhere else to exit. So I guess that's the same thing I'm hearing here as what I hear in DC. So I guess the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Thanks. I want to give you all a chance to ask questions. We'll do that in a couple minutes. But I want to also ask our panelists the question that was asked on this lovely social media wall. We asked everybody to answer the question, what's a headline that you want to see in 10 years? So I'd love to hear that from each of you, and also if you think that it will come true, or what needs to happen to make that headline happen. Anyone can answer first. I know I keep putting Andrew on it first.
I will, in case you didn't watch my video on the internet, I will give a little recitation of that. My headline for what I would like to see in the next 10 years is Baltimore's population grows by 6%. And 6% is an important number because we just had the census came out 2010, which counts the population from 2010 to 2020. And that showed that Baltimore's population fell by 6%. So I think I would love in a decade to see growth. And, I think there are a number of ways that we can do that. First, there's a policy level, right? I think, there's things when an interesting thing that came out after that census data came out was that Philly, DC, some of the surrounding cities here actually grew during that time, right? So, and what's one difference that between those cities and us is there is public transportation that's robust and is connected to job hubs and, makes it easy to go between neighborhoods, right? So if we work more on building that, that could be a way. There's things we can do as a business community, right? That we can, make it very welcoming for businesses when they move here and when they're just starting out to grow here, right? I mean, I think that's when you look at the tech community, and that's something that I always was benefited a lot from, I felt like, was people were just always kind of willing to, you know, sort of show you the lay of the land and bring you in and kind of even make a few intros for you, like help out, even when they didn't have to, right? So extending that to everything that we do. And on a personal level, I think we can also when we talk to people from outside of Baltimore, you know, talk it up. Like, give your honest take, of course. We're Baltimore. Like, we're going to tell people how it really is. But, you know, tell people what it's like living here. Like, you know, let's not talk about, like, what the perception is. Let's talk about what it's really like to live here.
In Philly,
This concludes my TED Talk.
Thank you. Baltimore's biggest fan, Stephen Babcock. I live in Philly, and the thing that we do hype and we're told to hype is like the affordability, public transportation, arts and culture, and restaurant scene. Are those the same, or are there any overlaps for Baltimore?
Well, I think we have all of those things, actually.
Sure.
Julie, funny you should
I
mention
bring it up 'cause it's a little bit funny because it is just like in every article that's like, all right, and what's your pitch for this place? Like, that's what founders say. And it's like, yeah, we like those things. It's true. Is that the main reason people come? I don't know, but it's nice to say.
A very distinct local culture, yet we have proximity to the centers of the world. But it's very comfortable to live here and affordable as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say something similar in terms of like when I boast about this city. I mean, I wrote when I was at the Sun as an arts and entertainment reporter, I wrote an op-ed that I think is still pinned to the top of my Twitter, where I was like, there's a great sense of what feels like a sense of compassion and like understanding and a willingness to speak truth to power in at least some aspects of our music scene. That like, if you look at the music scene, you'll see more moral leadership in Baltimore than you do from our politicians. Now, granted, this was in 2020. We can debate later to the extent to which that's changed in the past 2 years, but I do think that we offer a lot of assets that aren't very clear, and it sort of dovetails in with what I would want to see is like the headline in 10 years, which is like, you know, Baltimore ranked by some national entity like top city in the country for entrepreneurs of color. Not that we like necessarily need national recognition, but it would be nice, I think, to sort of have Baltimore recognized for what it is and what it can be as a like city that is the birthplace of redlining, but also is a place where you see entrepreneurs of color, Black entrepreneurs, Asian American ones, Latinx ones, doing really interesting things that there might not necessarily, you know, if they were to pitch this in San Francisco, they'd be paying more for office space. The investors might not see the market case in the same way. So I think that is something I would love to see. To what extent we're going to be able to get there. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that someone's come with a bunch of money, said Baltimore can be transformed, and then nothing like substantive happened to stop almost half the population from like living in endemic poverty that they've been living in since all the racist policies that led to that divestment in their neighborhoods in the first place. When our primary like private educational institution is also like the birthplace of a lot of white supremacist rhetoric that made its way into national politics. I think there's a lot of history that we have to like kind of go through and really confront, but we are confronting it in some ways. And I think that there is a way that the city can transform equitably and overcome some of these perceptions that are, to me, are really about the city being predominantly Black. Because like, I don't know, I go places and I say I live in Baltimore and people are like, oh my God, The Wire is such a great show. And like, I would never talk to someone from Los Angeles and be like, oh, you know, The Shield was such a great show. Meet someone from Harlem and be like, you know, Juice is such a great movie. Like, no one thinks about these cities in these ways in the popular eye because they have so much glitz and glamour to kind of distract you from the poverty that every American city deals with. But like, here it somehow characterized our national reputation in a way that I don't see as often with other American cities. And I think that is a perception that we can overcome if we really show the rest of the country, you know, there's a different way to do things. That was my TED Talk.
I guess I was born and raised in Philadelphia, and Baltimore feels a lot like Philadelphia, except like just dramatically smaller. And I mean, when I think about the thing I want to see 10 years from now in the headline, is that it's like a top 10 STEM, like Baltimore high schools ranked top 10 in STEM education. which I see like a very real possibility when you look at the surrounding areas of, you have like the DOD in the area, you have like all of these tech companies trying to work for these big government agencies, and they need like, they need employees and skills, or people who are skilled to work in these fields and jobs. And I feel like there's a lot of organizations that could like push that to the forefront. I mean, when I think about the people who are running for the school board council today, like Andrew Coy, who just got on it, and other people who have tech backgrounds sort of working towards winning that election, I feel like it's a very real possibility that there could be like change in this school board. I guess to keep going along the lines of like how I've seen Baltimore from living here for the past 2 years, it's mostly been through the pandemic. So I feel like I've kind of only lived here for like a solid 6 months. But yeah, I feel a lot of grit, and there's definitely, when I look at the community of entrepreneurs that I've seen and covered here, that they're very mission oriented in a way that I was not expecting. And there was like a big thought of like not just how they can, I guess, improve the profit motive, but like how can they can actually help, whether it be from a civic tech angle, how can they improve the government, from like a local community angle of like how can they use tech to improve their neighborhoods around them. It's just always been inspiring to see.
I didn't really come up with a headline for the video. I mean, probably just to reiterate what Steven said. I mean, the story of Baltimore the last 70 years has been one of population loss. Baltimore in the 1950s has 950,000 people. It was the 5th largest city in this country, and it's largely because of Sparrows Point and the steel manufacturing that we did here. And of course, the problem that emerges once steel goes by the wayside is that all of these stable middle-class jobs that lifted up all of the neighborhoods in Baltimore are suddenly gone. I think tech can certainly play a role in bringing that back, but you know, anyone who lives in Baltimore knows about the white L and the black butterfly. And the problem there could be that you bring in so much of this tech stuff that you tend to forget everything else. I mean, that's like DC. You go to DC now, and the DC of today is vastly different from the DC of the 1980s. So it'd be nice to see population growth, because in 2012, that was that was the really big buzzy thing in the news, the fact that Baltimore finally surpassed 620,000 people after decades of being under that. And now I think we're sub 600,000. So it'd be nice to see more people here, but I don't really know the way you do that so that there is some sort of equitable distribution of resources and talent and companies and, you know, frankly, just places for people to get jobs. I don't know. That's not really an uplifting note, so I'll just stop there.
Appreciate that, though. We started a little late. I hope we have time for a couple questions, or honestly comments if anybody has ideas about that last thing that we just talked about. Yeah, with the laptop. How can it be seen internationally? Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a multi-pronged approach. I think it takes probably a certain amount of these things that have been done to try and cultivate that sense of an international innovation workforce in the city kind of has to continue. But I also think that it maybe takes a certain amount of creative branding in a certain way in terms of how outreach is done to other people who maybe entities that want to invest in the ecosystem here, because, you know, I guess for me, it comes from this sense of like, you know, when I moved here in 2018 from Philadelphia, and I joke with people like, you know, when I was in Philly, I had a hard time convincing my friends from New York to come down and see all the great things that are there. And I grew up in New England, so I have a lot of friends in New York. That's where they ended up when we left Connecticut. But now I have the problem of trying to convince all my friends in Philly to see what's great about here, even though it's like they're very similar cities with very similar issues, and even they just look similar. But I think that what it is, you know, these are all people who are looking for better solutions in their lives and better places to live where they can live comfortably, where they're not like having to spend like 90% of their paycheck on rent or like watch their, you know, the housing prices go up and up and up and they can't keep up. Like, I think that this city can offer something to people that really want to be intentional about building something that works for them and allows them to thrive without hurting the huge, predominantly black sections of the city that will inevitably get hurt if we pursue a model like what our other cities on the northeastern seaboard have pursued, right? I don't want Baltimore to look like DC. That doesn't look like success to me. So I think that it's probably just a mix of that, and I don't know exactly what the exact like alchemy of resources with demand or, you know, opportunity is, but I think that, you know, we are seeing a little bit of solutions with things like the Equitech Accelerator. I think that things like that, if they prove to be successful in like bringing companies here, and that will then hire locally or create programs or fund programs to develop STEM talent in West Baltimore and East Baltimore, I think that that hopefully can be scaled up in a way that will continue to improve the city's, I guess, like brand as a hub of innovation, which it already clearly is. I mean, we can see it's just how do we bring it to more people is I think what we need to figure out.
Just one quick note on that too. I think there's another part of this too, which is if we want to be on the global stage, Baltimore needs to show up on the global stage. And I think going there and representing, like, you know, I think there was one year in 2015 or 2016, I can't remember, South by Southwest, and I remember Kevin Plank gave a keynote at South by Southwest, and and then behind him, this wasn't coordinated in any way, but there was a big crew, right, that was there too. And I think just the ability to talk about the city to others, you know, I think Sean has been involved in work to get people out to the Startup Grinds big conference. You know, we're showing up as a delegation. I think some of the folks in Maryland Cyber have said, okay, let's band together and go to the big, you know, industry conference and that, but let's actually plant a flag, literally, right, for Maryland's, like, on the floor. So, and, you know, I think the Department of Commerce is also taking people to various bio conferences around the world, you know. So when we see people really who are, you know, showing up on that global stage and just, you know, at these conferences, like telling people what it's like that actually is impactful. And that's kind of what I was talking about with how the personal can be global. But I think we got to wrap.
We do got to wrap. Thank you so much, everybody, for
Deb
joining us.
Tillett.
We're gonna be hanging out for the rest of the day working, and you can catch us right after the panel if you want to chat. Heard. Thank you, Deb. All right, thank you, everybody. Thanks to our panelists. We'll be around. Have a great rest of your day.
Also, thing for those of you who've been on this journey with us, we have some old BIW programs from 2015 to 2017. If you want to take them as like, you know, personal collector items,
Come on.
please take them. Is what I'm trying to say.
I'm sure they'll tell us. And this is all good. One mic for this one. We won't be switching it up. Good. All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Monday of Baltimore Innovation Week. My name is Margaret Roth-Falzon. I am currently the COO of Squadra Ventures, which is an early-stage venture fund here based in Baltimore City that focuses on cyber and national security companies. Fortunately, I won't be talking about that to you right now, maybe a different day. I'll come back on Friday for the investor and VC panel. But today I'm happy to be here with our partners at InnovationWorks to really bring back an amazing event from the 2015 Baltimore Innovation Week archives, FailFest. Everyone's heard the stats that 90% of entrepreneurs fail, 10% of companies fail within the first year. But the big stat that people like to overlook in the story of their success is that everyone went through failures to get where they are today. So regardless of your role as a new company, a consulting firm, an entrepreneur, a early team member, a developer, it doesn't matter. Everyone's had some part of their journey where they've learned something along the way that's totally transformed how they think about what they do now. So in this session, you're going to hear Ignite style from somewhere between 3 to 5 minutes to up to 7 minutes from a variety of different entrepreneurs and business people from the business community right here in Baltimore to tell you their story of how they learned from a failure. And so to get us started, we have Rob Ray, who is the founder of Whitebox.
Thank you very much for having me here. So I'm going to start out here with this slide. We'll start out with a big failure. So in April of 2010, my net worth was negative $550,000, which was pretty terrible. It was like a big, deep pain in my gut. It was horrible for my family, horrible for my health. But nonetheless, here I was, and I had to go do something about it. Just fast forward to today, I was able to dig myself out of the hole. I founded a company called Whitebox 3 years later, August of 2013, which got many millions of venture capital dollars, and we have buildings in 3 states and hundreds of employees. But what Whitebox does is, just so you know, for some context, is we do e-commerce for brands. And so we do both the digital advertising. We have technology and systems that does the digital advertising for brands. We help brands sell more stuff more efficiently. And then we also have a network of warehouses where we ship those orders for brands. But anyhow, in April of 2010, negative $550,000, and I made a lot of mistakes. But I think one of the things that I've tried to do is look at every one of these failures as an opportunity to learn. So here's how I got there. You might have heard that you should fail fast. I heard that lesson early in high school, so I immediately went and failed my math and my English classes, but I don't think that's what people had in mind. Anyhow, I worked on computers at night and slept in my classes during the day, which let me go start my first company, Innovative Technology, when I got out of high school in 1996. That company, I made all sorts of mistakes. I hired the wrong people. I didn't fire them fast enough. I didn't know how to read a profit and loss statement or a balance sheet. I didn't even pay my taxes properly, so that was a big mess that I had to dig myself out of. But I dug myself out of those mistakes and started MP3 Car, which is my second company. That started in the late 90s, early 2000s, and the need we were solving there was the only way to get digital audio in the car at that time was to put a full desktop PC in the car. So we had a big online community of people that were putting computers in their cars. And we made an e-commerce store, which is how I got my e-commerce roots, to help sell them these hard-to-find parts. That was moving along great, and so I thought, let's shovel in some more money. So I mortgaged my house. I took some friends and family money. I personally guaranteed all of this debt. And I decided to keep growing MP3 Car. And I thought, well, we need some software for the car. So without having a business plan, without having a financial model, without having any investor materials, I took all of my own unsupervised money and shoveled it into this company, which was fun. I was burning a lot of cash. We got a lot of press. We were in the Wall Street Journal and New York Times and lots of press. And Intel actually even took one of our cars out on stage. But because we had no strategy, that ultimately was a very, very bad failure. Our team wasn't aligned. We didn't have a product plan. We didn't have a financial model. So that failed. But fortunately, I found a client that was launching a satellite. So I got to go down to Florida to go see a satellite launch. But they agreed to pay us $1 million. They used the software that I had built to be the interface for their satellite. But because of all of these issues, team alignment, and most importantly, this client, right after we had finished the project, declared bankruptcy. And I was not able to get paid for all of this work that I'd done. So that's how I ended up with this massive amount of negative net worth. So what do you do when you have negative $550,000 of net worth? You go decide to take an around the world trip. So I took all of my frequent flyer miles that I had and booked an around the world ticket. I think I visited maybe 20 or 30 countries on that trip. And then I came back and I'm ready to declare bankruptcy when I met with some of the mentors here at the ETC and said, don't do this. It's just as much work to go declare bankruptcy because that's a big, nasty mess and you're never going to forgive yourself for it and it's going to stick with you forever. So go pull yourself up by your bootstraps and go solve this problem. So I went back to my e-commerce roots, turned around MP3 car. We grew from $1 million to $5 million in revenue. We had 8% gross margins at the time. So the only way for us to do this was to build a bunch of software and systems to dig ourselves out of that hole. And so over a period of several years, we did that. And that actually became the basis for Whitebox, which I was talking about at the beginning of our slides here. But that was a brutal route to get there. So what did I learn? I think a couple things. We say 90% of these of ventures fail. So build yourself an awesome support team. Get a coach, get some advisors, get a therapist. Maybe get all three of those things. But you need to do everything that in your power to stack the odds in your favor because failure is such a likely outcome. I think the other thing that I did is I shoveled a lot of my own money in without having investor materials and without getting any advisory support. So, that includes building your financial models, investor materials, competitive research, anything that you would want to do to go get an outside investor. Make sure you do yourself the favor of doing that before you shovel in your own dollars. I think the other thing is I was afraid when I was building the software for the car, I was afraid that someone was going to steal my idea, so I kept a lot of my cards close to my chest. And because I did that, I got really lousy advice from my advisors because they didn't have all of the information. So find some advisors you trust, show them your whole deck, everything and then some. Because if I had have done that, I would have probably not made as many mistakes as I did. And then I think, I think one thing that I could have done a lot better when I grew Whitebox was focused a lot more on my health and build resiliency. So how do you build personal resiliency? I think that's so overlooked. And if you don't take care of yourself, you can't go take care of your team. You can't build a good company. And so I share this graph. This is actually a graph of my weight overlaid with some various different stress events that were happening at the time. So right now I'm about 205 pounds, which is what I was when I started Whitebox in 2013. But at the thick of things, I got up to about 250 pounds. And I bring that up mainly because it was just a marker for my well-being. And I think I wasn't looking after my diet. I wasn't sleeping enough. And I think, I got in the habit of going to happy hours and having 2 or 3 drinks here and there. And then you get to the point where you're not sleeping well, your cortisol level goes up. So I guess my main point of this is, like when they tell you when you're on the airplane that you've got to take care of your own oxygen mask first, I think that's super true with being an entrepreneur. So make sure you do that. And thank you so much for having me here. And I'll be around later if you have any questions. Sure.
Round of applause for Rob. I have often joked, but not joked in all seriousness. People often talk about the freshman 15. They neglect to tell you about the founders 35 when you decide to start a business. So it's a good point to keep in mind. And with that, keeping on the health-related theme for a minute, I'd like to invite Anna Rodney to the stage, who's the founder of Mom Cares.
Greetings, everyone. Hello. All right. I grew up in a southern Caribbean house. So when you come in the house, you got to speak. So let's do that. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anna Rodney, and I am the Executive Director of Mom Cares. Mom Cares is an organization that supports Black women in particular who are navigating a high-risk pregnancy and or NICU involvement after a traumatic birth outcome. This year, we are on pace, hopefully, fingers crossed, to bring in upwards of $600,000. We were founded in 2017 with a staff of 7. I am a Baltimore Homecoming awardee. I am an Innovation Works Fellow. I am was named Baltimore Game Changer. All of these things, all to say that I'm hot stuff. But I'm not here to talk about how hot I am. We can talk about that later. We're here to talk about failure. So I want to start off with a personal failure and then end with a professional failure. So in 2019, after a rebound with a friend I've been friends with for 10 years, I found myself pregnant and alone. And again, in my very Trinidadian Catholic family, that was a huge failure. But because of that, I had a little boy who is now 7 going on 8, who ended up in the NICU. And while we were in the NICU, I had all types of terrible, horrible experiences that led me to sit down and create Mom Cares. So without me leaning into and taking on that mistake, quote unquote, that failure, quote unquote, I would not be here living my wildest dreams, ridiculously happy, and making change for the city and for your families, for families throughout the city. So I want to just encourage you to, when you fall on your face, whether it be personal or professional, to look at what the actual lesson is and if you can bring it out. Because again, people who would have seen me would have been like, well, actually they did, you ruined your life. You're never going to be anything. You messed up. I can't believe it. And now I got people calling me, asking me for money. No thanks. Remember, I failed. That was a joke. I go to therapy. It's okay. So when trying to decide how I was going to talk about a failure, a business failure, I didn't want to come up and tell you guys that I used to fail so bad, and now I am so far beyond that, and you guys just got to get like me and just not fail. Fail at the beginning and never fail again, because that is not true. If you're running a business or running an organization, if you don't fail at least once a day, if you don't feel like you're failing all the time, you're probably doing something a little wrong. You cannot do everything, and so there's always going to be something that is undone. There's always going to be something that needs a little bit more tweaking, but thankfully, if you take care of yourself, right, self-resiliency, you'll be here long enough to make sure that all of the things that you want to do and all of the ways you want them to be will be that. And so I'm going to talk to you guys about a current/recent failure. We provide service to mothers here in Baltimore City. We do we do baby care essential deliveries to our families once a month. We are connecting families to mental health care. We're doing direct service doula care work, and a number of different things. One of the things that we found in our work with our families, because we were listening to our families, is that they needed food. Inflation is going crazy. They needed support with food. And so we had a connection to the Maryland Food Bank, and I was invited to write a proposal, write an application, and I knew pretty much that I was going to get it. And so in April, we got the email, hey, yay, you've been accepted. You need to do A, B, and C. And so without talking to my team or putting it on my calendar, because why? I decided, you guys, I am dropping these jewels here. You guys aren't laughing or anything. It's fine. So without doing those things, I decided I was going to take on this project without having a staff member that I knew was going to be able to use the project. I was going to just find some money, because money likes me. So we'll get the project, and then we'll bring someone on to deal with it in the meantime. We also had to let go of a staff member. And April is my birthday, woo, for the Aries. My youngest birthday and also Black Maternal Health Week. So I was already overloaded, I was already tired and supremely distracted. And so it wasn't until May, during the deadline, the day of the deadline, I decided I've been working really, really hard. I'm going to take my kids to the park, and then I'm going to come and I'm going to finish the application requirements before the deadline because that's what rock stars do. Until I sat down to my computer after dinner and realized that the deadline was the day before. My kids were happy that they had some time with mommy. They had lasagna that night, I will never forget. But my heart was in my feet because my failures at this point are not just mine. They do not just belong to me. They do not just belong to my staff. They belong to an entire community of women and families that trust me to listen to them and to react to them in the way that they're asking us to do. And because I decided that I was tired and burnt out and wanted to go play on the swings with my son, and I was used to working the midnight oil, I thought I had time to prioritize myself. And I didn't, because I hadn't before, right? And so I adopted because the thing in grief is acceptance, one of those places, I called my friend and I screamed expletives at myself on the phone. And I ran around the house screaming and my kids were scared and didn't know what's going on. And then after that, acceptance came in and I said, what's for me is for me. And I'm going to apply again over the summer when the application opens. And I did. And 2 weeks ago, we got a rejection letter. We were still rejected for getting families our food. And what I could have done then was say, well, you know what? I can't do it. They're going to have to find something else. I'm overloaded. Instead, I dug deep into the partnerships that we had. I showed up at events like this and told people what I needed. I was invited to different events and just sat down and told people what I needed. And we, as of last week, have been invited to enjoy Thanksgiving with an area organization who has committed to getting our families food once a month. Come on, y'all. It's Monday. And so what this means is that, number one, you need to make sure that you know what is on your plate. You need to make sure that you are reaching out for help. My friend that came before us mentioned holding your cards to your chest. I think a lot of entrepreneurs do that because there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of people out there that want to kind of co-opt what you're doing, right? Especially people of color. And so you need to make sure that you have trusted people around you that you can ask for help and they don't take advantage of that. They actually help, right? But again, it's up to you to make sure that you know what you are capable of and that you can delegate when you're not capable of it. Because it was not a mistake to take my children to the park. It was a mistake to think that I could do everything by myself and wait until the last minute. Also, you should use your calendar and a project management tool if you have one. But I think that the most important things that I've learned from this most recent failure and all of the other failures that I've had in my life is that the world is not over when you fail, unless you decide it to be over. And then I like everybody in this room, so I hope that never happens. But the world keeps going, which means you have another opportunity and another chance. The only one that's holding you back from making an improvement on something that you wanted to do is yourself. And there are infinite possibilities that can land you way further than you could ever imagine if you just open yourself up and let yourself get dirty. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. In a brief intermission before I introduce our next speaker, I think one of the themes that what was really behind wanting to put this event on and bring these people together is because one of the things you're hearing through this is this real value of the opportunity for mentorship, coaching, advice, a sounding board, a friend, these other people that we can talk to. And so one of the things that I'm really proud of some of the work that I get to spend time with Jay doing is really helping build out this more, and John Springer, who's just joined us as well, more robust ecosystem of early stage entrepreneur mentorship, advice, and support, and making that a place that we can really all get those kind of resources. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Jay Nwachu, the CEO of InnovationWorks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to sit down for this one. Sorry, it's been a long day. And I'm going to set my iPad here so I don't ramble in front of you guys. Just bear with me for a second. These are my props. Good afternoon. All right. So I'm going to look down here every once in a while. Seriously, I'm going to read my notes because my brain is all over the place right now. That said, failure. Let's talk about that. All weekend, I was reflecting on what failures I had dealt with my entire life, and I was really trying to find the one that was big enough, like the massive failure to share with you all today. And lo and behold, I could not come up with one. Not because I'm perfect, not because I don't fail, but because, over time, if you are a high achiever, you've found ways to reorient your failures into lessons learned, right? And I found myself just doing that over and over and over and over again. And quite frankly, I was almost paralyzed from overanalysis. Not really, that's an exaggeration, but I really was getting tired at some point, to the point where I started actually committing some micro failures while trying to think about the massive failure, like ignoring my children, for example, because I got distracted, or almost burning something on the stove because I was distracted trying to think about a massive failure. And then at one point, I started asking myself, why are you having a challenge with this, really? And it just came down to, once again, my orientation around failure. The way I think about failure is this. It's like deciding to run the Charleston 12-miler, going out running practice every day. In my mind, I'm going to finish this thing at like 8 miles per hour. It's going to be great. I'm 8 miles per minute average. It's going to be great. And then I get out there and I start running. And it's like, whoa, 13 miles a minute. That's not what you planned for. And then I just tell myself the story. You remember you pulled like the hammy almost once on that one corner, and then there were hills, and you start telling, and I stopped to enjoy the city a little bit because I always drive through this part of the city but never walk. So let me just enjoy it. Deep down inside, I really, really wanted to go fast, but I've just told myself to learn all these things along the way, so it's not really a failure anymore, right? Because I learned from it. That's how I think about it, right? And then what do I do next? Like every other responsible adult, I Googled what is failure to help me out. And what I saw was failure is either a lack of success at something you tried at, or the inability to meet an expectation. The second part, the inability to meet an expectation, that's when I fell apart. I was like, oh yeah, failures are now pouring in now because the inability to meet an expectation is no longer about me. It's about expectations other people had of me, spoken or unspoken, all right? And now I had plenty of examples at this point, and they were just running through my head. And then I realized at that point that I spent a lot of time failingly telling myself that I don't fail often because, it's the way I captured it. So then I finally found one example. And this is back in 2020. As we mentioned, InnovationWorks to support social entrepreneurs and invest in them through impact investing. In 2020, if you're a Baltimore person, breaking news is not, we're just used to breaking news at this point. It's like every other week, there's something else happening. And this time around, there was breaking news from City Hall. And one of the individuals that we had invested in, this breaking news surely had to impact their work, right? It's Friday, it's 3 p.m., somebody was trying to bury the news over the weekend. It didn't happen because I saw it, and I started panicking. One of our portfolio companies, something's going to happen because something happened at City Hall. I tend to move 20 miles a minute because I'm used to operating in crisis mode. It's the Nigerian in me, I think. I'm not sure if that's what it is. So, of course, the first thing I do is I'm trying to make lunch. I'm trying to do this thing. It's 3 p.m. on a Friday. Now I'm going to text all the stakeholders to make sure they saw the same news. Baltimore wasn't really going to fall apart over the weekend. Let's be very clear about that. The news wasn't really that big. But for me, the action-oriented person who just wants to be the first one to know, the first one to react, and the first one to get out the gate, I decided I was going to start texting stakeholders, including the entrepreneur that it impacted, and then a board member over here to make sure they saw that I saw the news, to make sure that they knew I was on top of it. And in an effort to take a shortcut and relay the message that I was having with the entrepreneur, I screenshotted the entrepreneur's chat with me to send it to the board member so I don't have to re-explain what I talked about with the entrepreneur. Guess who I sent the screenshot to? The entrepreneur, yes, who got a prize. Now, this is an entrepreneur that I've been building a relationship with for like 2 years, right? Most entrepreneurs we work with, phone call is as good as we get every once in a while, not text messages on a Friday at 3 p.m. This is now personal at this point. This is a friend. And the idea of your friend sending you a screenshot of your own message interaction with them and then attempt to send it to someone else was really a violation of trust. I try to explain it away. You know, it's Friday afternoon, I'm tired, it's been a long week, I was just trying to like shortcut, I'm sorry. Wasn't working. All I got was silence. Imagine getting silence from someone you care deeply about. That was personally embarrassing for me. And of course, Mr. Reorient Failure over here, seriously, this person is just taking it way too seriously, right? Screenshotting is something we do, right? Like, I'm an elder millennial. I think that's something we do and accept now. We just, that's what we do. Try to justify myself. It was not working at all. And what did I do? Just give space and time. It took about 6 months, quite frankly, of just like minimal conversation over time. You doing okay? Yep. You doing okay? Yep. Next month, just checking in. You okay? I saw the article about you. Yep, I'm fine. Okay, good luck. Month after month after month after month. Eventually, we cracked the code. I don't know what happened. It was just a nice sunny day. Hey, you want to chat? Sure. Got on the phone. I apologized deeply over and over and over again. And we were good. And that was it. A few lessons from that for me. One is that we live in a society where people expect us to be on all the time, right? And in an effort to be on all the time, we feel like we have to respond to everything right away. Everything becomes a crisis. When you are in a relationship business, because yes, we're technical assistants and investing and all that jazz. At the end of the day, the core of it all is relationships. The core, everything we try to do for Baltimore City is relationships. And relationships moves at the speed of trust. And when I tried to move too fast, I broke that trust. And then it took a while to regain it. I would love to tell you that I've slowed down since then. That will be a lie. I've not. Do I still is it screenshot messages? Is that what it calls? Is that a verb? I don't know what it is. Only if it's like somebody I know would not be mad at it, right? Like my wife or someone, right? Am I still making mistakes every once in a while? Yes. What I've learned, though, is to be patient with myself, first of all, and give myself grace. And then learn to be patient with the people I'm in a relationship with. Because at the end of the day, that's all we got is time. Because if we just keep moving so fast, we might break things we don't intend to break. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Jay. I love the spectrum of lessons that we get in these conversations. Even a tiny moment turns into something that we really changes the way we think about something we've done or what we do. And I definitely not that I'm a big screenshotter, I'm a phone call person, but I'm definitely going to think twice before the next time, and I think we all should. But on that note, so I'd like to invite Chip Gaskins to the stage, who's the CFO of Onyx Point, to share a story from across his career.
Well, I'm wholly unprepared. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation or barely even notes, but I will share with you what I have as far as failures in my life, failures in my investing life. I don't come to you probably as much of an entrepreneur as you guys probably are used to seeing or are yourself. I have been one for 5 or 6 years of my life that I can tell you about. And going back to Rob, wherever I was at Intel Capital when I think your company came through to pitch us in the late 90s, early 2000s. I think I remember seeing your pitch. So I started my career at Intel Capital in Silicon Valley in the late 90s, and would not even have brought that up if it were not for someone that actually had a deal come through that gauntlet. So, but not long after that, you guys are probably all too young to remember, the entire .com bust happened, and everyone that thought they were going to be able to become the next Elon Musk and build spaceships and fly to the moon, all of a sudden didn't have any money, and all of us were out of jobs. It was a humbling experience for a young investor at the time. But through that process, I've been doing equity investing both at a venture capital level and at a private equity level for pretty much my entire career. I've had investments in completely disparate set of industries, from trucking to ship piracy around the southern tip of Africa, to in-home nursing, to you name it. And through that process, about 10 years ago, my kids were getting older, and of course, love entrepreneurship, love investing. I was trying to get my kids to learn it as much, and also get them a summer job. I took a flyer and bought a pet business. The pet industry in our country is a $60 billion industry, and I bought a dog walking service and a grooming and boarding service for pets. Extremely small, not what I would normally be buying into. Something more, I would say, as a hobby for myself, and more to teach my kids on how to be entrepreneurs and capitalists, and provide and work hard and do something. They love dogs, and it was going to be something that they were going to do during the summer and learn from it during the process. During that process, as venture capitalists do and private equity professionals do, you're supposed to do extremely deep due diligence. And through that process, I did not do my job as both dad and investor very well, and ended up looking the other way on a few things and finding out I bought a company that was committing basically tax fraud. And there was a completely different set of books, there was a completely different bank, and a completely different group of employees. And so the P&L was not the P&L of the actual company. And about 6 months into it, I realized that I had borrowed a little bit of money from a bank to do this, and all in the hopes of teaching my kids on this is America, this is capitalism, this is what you do. That the books were not the books, and I ultimately, there's no we, it was me, I ultimately had to put the company into bankruptcy. And through that process, my kids learned what bankruptcy was, and learned what it meant to think you had a good thesis on something, and think you had a good idea, and doing it for all the right reasons, but realize that everything that people tell you is not always true. So luckily for all of us, as we talk about failure, we live in the best country in the world about this topic. Other countries in the world don't celebrate failure like we do. We literally, as a country, to talk about an old 1990s Harvard Business School term, our sustainable competitive advantage as a country is that we celebrate failure. In many countries in the world, if you fail, you're done. Your career's done. No one will touch you. In America, if you fail, there are many venture capital firms out there that look at that as part of the maturation process of learning how to live through adversity. And matter of fact, look at that as a check mark. Even if you have a less superior business model, if you're a management team or an individual that has gone through that type of adversity and had to lay people off or figure out how to do the right thing in a hard time, that's a management team that people want to back, because you've had to live through laying your best friend off or laying your business partner off or them laying you off. And so we live in a society and a capitalistic, country that looks at that as a check mark for upside. And our capital markets are built to sustain that. And venture capital firms realize that the 90% that fail are the 90% that fail. And you try to isolate and find the folks that that are not going to necessarily fail because they know how to pivot, and overused term, find the way not to be in that situation. So some of the learnings out of it: if someone's willing to commit fraud, it's pretty hard, no matter how great your lawyers are, your accountants are, your forensic accountants are, it's pretty hard to find. And do business with people that you trust. It's a cliche. It's hard to figure out. It's where the EQ has to meet the IQ. Do business with people you trust. Another thing is it's hard to find these black swan events, because we ultimately had to close. I ultimately had to close the business down because of COVID. It was a little side project I was working on. I wasn't paying much attention to it, but guess what happens when everyone works from home? No one has to walk their dog anymore. So literally, if you would have walked up to me on the street when I bought the company and said, you need to worry about Amazon doing this or another company doing that, I would have said, no, that's fair. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I need to look around that corner. If you would have told me that everyone was going to be working from home in 12 months, I would have said, you have rocks in your head. What happened? 12 months later, everyone was working from home. So these black swan events are really hard to figure out. And, they happen, and being able to bob and weave and try to think about those as much as you can is hard to do sometimes. But yeah, that's what I got. Hopefully we're good.
All right, so one of the things that's unique about some of the people who have joined us today, including Chip, is we have, I think in these kind of events, people are excited about hearing from VCs or hearing the story of that. And so even like on Friday, like I already soft pitched myself, I'll be on a panel again. You can hear from me on this mic twice. There's the side of how do you let people know and understand really this story of how you're getting there. And what I really appreciate so with Chip's story, and then in a minute we'll hear from John Timken as well, those lessons that happen on the other side, especially from the investor side, you never get to hear them. So I hope everyone's kind of taking that little gem that you have two people today on the stage who are sharing, and actually really three with Jay as well, from sitting in the investor seat, actually saying what happened on the other side. So with that, I'd like to invite John Timken to the stage, who I'm lucky enough to work with every day because he is the CFO of Squadron Ventures.
Thanks, Margaret. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. So I guess I'll sit. So as Margaret mentioned, I'm John Timken, newly hired CFO at Squadron Ventures. I was previously at Camden Partners here in town. Grew up in Connecticut, went to college down here, got into the business. But I also do some side investing. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the relationships you have with your friends and how you're going to invest and you're going to get investments from your friends, and it can go sideways, and it did for me. So 6 years ago, I got a call from a friend of mine. Said, John, I got this really neat software company I think you would like. This is really exciting. Take a look. So I said, all right, send me the deck. So I go over the deck. Deck looks great. We meet the CEO. The CEO is actually my buddy's friend from college, and we start talking. And we get into the weeds on development, product fit, all the good stuff. And I said, all right, well, how much money are you trying to raise? He said, $2 million. Okay. And we went through a whole diligence process around fit, timing, structure, everything from soup to nuts around structuring this deal. And we go ahead and we put the deal in motion. We form a syndicate. We raise the money and put the money to work. And it was all predicated on growing the sales team and developing the product to go to market. So along the line, and then I should back up. My buddy takes a board seat. So it's the two co-founders, my friend from college, the three amigos are on the board together. So they go through, we do the deal, the money goes. There's updates sporadically, which aren't nearly as detailed as everyone wanted, and they start to struggle. And I said, we're not getting the detailed updates that everyone would want if an investment is going sideways. So we're saying to ourselves, all right, well, what's going on? Because I'm not the only other investor. There's probably 12 or 15 of us under the hood. And we're desperate to try and get some information. We're not getting any information. Cracks to begin to fall. My buddy's a board member. We're leaning on my buddy. He's not giving us the info. The CEO is not telling him any of the info that's pertinent in a timely fashion. And we start to spin our wheels. And it starts to go sideways. And the more and more delay we get in this information gathering, the harder it becomes for this relationship. And my buddy, who's on the board, he's also friends with the CEO, and he's desperately trying to hang on. But at the end of the day, we all know we need to fire the CEO. And he won't do it. And we're struggling to try and force him to do it. We're not in a position from the deal to be able to pull that trigger. So in hindsight, he doesn't fire the CEO. The company folds. Everyone loses everything. Not a great outcome by any means of the imagination. But in lessons learned, there's a couple big lessons you learn. One, like Chip said, do more diligence than you think and don't just trust your buddy. We did diligence, but clearly not enough. The founder didn't vet us. We didn't really vet him. We trusted my buddy. He was very bright, talented, but not in a position to take a company from A to B to C. So failed there. The lack of transparency and communication was detrimental to this deal. For all you entrepreneurs and founders out there, be maniacal about communication with your investors. You get good news. Everyone likes to share good news. Bad news, share it early and often. If you haven't slept in 2 nights because you got something bad hanging over your head, call your investors. At Friday at 3 o'clock, call them. Saturday morning, call them, text them, email them. Get out in front of it, because if you wait for a board meeting 3 months later, it's usually too late, and then you're going to scramble and try and swim upstream to fix the issue you could have addressed if it was addressed in a timely fashion. That's a really important one to me. We talk about it at Squadra all the time. Communication, transparency, just everyone on board together. And ultimately, it wasn't, in hindsight, we shouldn't have done the deal clearly because I'm not a software tech investor, right? But I thought the deal was good. But the founder shouldn't have taken our money. He took our money because he's buddies with the guy and I'm his buddy, and it wasn't a strategic fit. If you're raising money, don't take the first check that comes across your desk. You got to think strategically about, will this money, will these investors help me grow the company outside just stroking a check? Because if you find that partner at the early level, you can really grow and lean on those relationships going forward, and they'll help you be successful. What else? And then have a strategy for all these financing rounds, right? You don't want to just wing it from pre-seed to IPO every single moment in raising capital from venture firms, and then when they grow PE shops, have a strategy about executing what that dollar amount will do for your company going forward. It's not rocket science, but I found it was important to us. But yeah, so lessons learned from me. That's a bit. I'm around later if anyone wants to chat, and thank you. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, John. So the key thing that I always like to reiterate here, having personally been on both on the entrepreneur side as a venture-backed founder, and then now also on the investor side, is this: it really is that companies understanding and getting to know their VCs because of the relationship that's going to go into that. And so one thing I always like to encourage people: if you're thinking about raising money or taking money from anyone, whether that's a bank, let alone a venture capitalist who wants to see those dollars increase, You need to talk to someone who, like, as an example, if you're going to buy a car, you're going to ask somebody else who has that car if they like the car, right? What's the pros, what's the cons, what it's like driving it after 100,000 miles. Same thing. You want to actually talk to someone who's worked with them before and has relationships. So if you haven't talked to a founder that's received investor in dollars from someone you're thinking about even getting into a relationship with, even early on, you need to hold the brakes until you find someone. If they're not willing to give you a recommendation, you probably have your answer right there. And with that, I'll get off that one. We can always talk about that later. I'd love to invite LaShawna Jones to the stage. She's the founder of The Sporty Dog. And we're going to shift gears for a second back onto a journey of getting started as well.
All right. Hi, I'm LaShawna Jones. Look, Mom, I finally made it. Fail Fest, right? We're talking about failures here, which, of course, when you're an entrepreneur, it's very important because there's valid lessons learned through your failures, right? So I am the co-founder of Sporty Dog Creations. We make gourmet hot dogs from scratch right here in Baltimore, Maryland. And yeah, I never thought I'd get into food. I consider myself a serial entrepreneur, right? So for the past 10 years, I've started like 5 businesses. I was a podcaster. I had my first online magazine covering high school sports. I consider myself a media mogul, and so I started an online magazine, which went on for a few years. I ended up even trying to do a nonprofit. That didn't work. And then finally, Sporty Dog Creations in 2017. Founded it with my daughter. And so the idea behind it was to make hot dogs from scratch, right? So that we know what's in it. You guys know what's in it. It's transparency. It's real food. And so when we started that, well, let me back up a little bit. When I started my first business back in 2007, I had, as a serial entrepreneur, you jump into things, right? It's like, okay, I have this great idea. I know it's going to work. I'm just going to do it and see what happens. And that's what I did. I started that in 2007 and failed tremendously because I didn't know the industry, right? It was an idea. It was a great idea, but I didn't know the industry. I didn't know people in the industry. I wasn't very knowledgeable about it. I had a background in sports, I consider myself a competitor because I went to high school. My dad even was on the practice team of the Baltimore Colts in the 1970s. So I figured I'd be, at least by the time I graduate, I'd be the first woman of the NFL. But, knees are bad in my family, so that went out the window real quick. But, I felt like ideas came to me all the time, and I was great at getting them started. I was great at moving them forward. I was great at, building a story because of my media background and having a BA in communications. So I figured that, I'm good with these things. I can start this business, and it'll catch on. But again, those are challenges as a woman founder and a minority founder. It's hard if you're not in the right places. So, went from that, went to a podcast in 2010. That went on for a few years, didn't work out. Started my nonprofit because I was doing community work, and I felt, the level of engagement there. I was going to give back to youth, and I was doing some great things there, but that didn't work. And then finally in 2017, started Sporty Dog Creations. And you know what I did different with Sporty Dog Creations? I actually decided to learn about the industry, right? Put out a product that I got tested. I even hired a consultant who would come up with a great recipe for us. So that's what I did different than I did in any of all of the other businesses that I started. So when I started Sporty Dog Creations, we had a solid recipe. We were one of the first to do a vegan dog in the Baltimore area. Nobody was doing vegan hot dogs. We did a vegan hot dog because we felt where we were going in the farmer's market near Micah, that there were people there who were conscious about what they wanted to eat, right? A lot of non-meat eaters. That was becoming the trendy thing. So we said, let's do a vegan dog. Beef dog, vegan dog. And what happened was we became more known for our vegan dog than our beef dog because nobody had it. So that was the way for us to be able to, so we worked with that. We massaged that vegan dog. We pushed it. And, even now, our vegan dog sells just as much, if not more, than our other products, our chicken and our beef dog. So lessons was learned in that, and me just jumping out there, into an industry that I don't know, although I think I have a great idea and I'm pretty savvy at it, then doing the work prior to make sure that I have the connections, I have the resources, I'm knowledgeable of what it is that I'm getting into so that, people can believe it, in us and in our product. So that's what we did a little bit differently in 2017 when we started Sporty Dog Creations. So now, we're a thriving business. We're doing well. We're doing things a little differently, and we're doing things a little uniquely. And I think that's kind of what set us apart, in addition to, finding out more about the food industry. Because again, that was something that, I thought I was going to be an NFL player. I never would have thought I've been into food. So, that's my take. I'll be hanging around a little bit later if you want to learn a little bit more about Sporty Dog Creations and how we got to where we are. And thank you very much.
All right. So another point that I was thinking as a reflection on the last session, if you're here for the reporters panel, is this whole thread of like a lot of other cities think about this space. They would call it tech. Maybe they talk about entrepreneurship, but it's always about tech. I really love this week and what all the rest is to come, because what we think about here in Baltimore is a little bit different. We call it innovation, right? And so I love seeing the stories that some of them have to do with tech, and a lot of them don't. It's the lesson that comes throughout the story of how you're changing, how you're thinking over time. And so with that, to close us out, I'd like to invite Ann Balduzzi to the stage, who is currently at TEDCO, but has been many, many other things over the years since that. So giving you the mic.
Great. Thanks. Great to see a lot of friendly faces in the audience. Most of you, I think, know me, but for those of you who don't, again, my name is Ann Balduzzi. I am currently the managing director at TEDCO's Entrepreneur and Ecosystem Empowerment. So, and the reason I came to TEDCO is because I literally stepped on almost every landmine you can step on as an entrepreneur. So I'll go back to that story now. What happened was I thought I was really prepped and prepared to be an entrepreneur. I was one of the first employees at AOL back in the early days, but it wasn't even called AOL yet. So I had worked at a really successful startup. I worked under Steve Case, who's one of the billionaire startups of the day. Learned a ton from him. Then went to Apple. Lived in Silicon Valley. Was a product manager out there. Developed and launched Apple's first online service, and then began mentoring and consulting to a wide range of startups. So I thought, I see how this is done. I think I can do this, but I didn't really have the courage yet to do it. Instead, I just kept coming up with ideas after ideas. And the more ideas I came up with, I kept seeing those ideas being taken and implemented by other people. And what I quickly realized is that ideas are easy, but implementing ideas is really, really hard. So I found an idea that I really was very passionate about, and said, okay, I'm going to build this company. And the company was called Same Grain. Still exists today, by the way. And I founded it. It was using artificial intelligence or machine learning matching algorithms to match people on literally millions and millions of attributes. So it was a pretty cool thing back in the day. It was this is 2012, 2013 timeframe, so AI wasn't quite cool yet. In fact, we were sort of ahead of our window of opportunity. But what I noticed was the more and more opportunities we had to go pitch investors, the investors kept telling us either they didn't understand the idea, so we weren't communicating it properly, or we were not investment ready. And we kept hearing over and over, you're not investment ready. And I had pulled together, by the way, a top team of co-founders. We had some real top technical talent. We were doing, some amazing, growth with the minimum viable product, but we still didn't have the traction needed to attract investors. So what I was learning at that time is what I thought was like, walking from this end of the building to that end of the building. And by the way, our offices were in this building back in that time. I thought that's the length that you had to go to get investment ready. But what I didn't realize is you literally have to go from here to California to be investment ready. So every time I thought we were investment ready, we still weren't investment ready. And so we kept trying to build traction, but we were really wasting time working on our pitch deck, which you still should do. But we kept developing version after version after version and just trying to find anybody that would listen to our story, and we would pitch them. We pitched dozens and dozens and dozens of investors from here all the way to California. I will say that California is a little more flexible in investing early on. East Coast investing, you want to make sure that you're mitigating the risks for the investor. And we didn't quite understand that part early on. We got better at it. Every time we failed with an investor, we learned a lot from that pitch. We learned that we, didn't have the storytelling skills that we should have had in unraveling a very complex idea. And when you're dealing with any kind of complex innovation, you've got to make it easy for people to understand it. And that was hard to do with AI back then. So we were rambling on about the features. The investors didn't care about the features. They wanted to hear about the business model. And we really hadn't fine-tuned the business model down yet. We also hadn't, even though we eventually got up to 90,000 users on the platform, early in the traction days, we hadn't done, really built up enough of that user traction. We had some partnerships, but again, needed to build more on that front. So eventually, the good news is we did raise over $2 million in funding. But to stay alive during that path, we entered competitions to get money, which we won a few of those, so that helped out. We went after some early grant funding from TEDCO, which was nice. TEDCO was actually our first investor, so that opened the door to additional investors. But that was one of those things where you just kept learning that hard lesson every single time. And we should have spent more time just focusing on building the business and getting that business model and generating revenue. Revenue is the best traction you can generate because that shows somebody's really willing to pay for what you're developing. But along that path, the other thing I learned is perseverance. You have to be able to persevere because a lot of people you're going to be pitching and they're going to tell you your baby's ugly. I got told I was ugly. Yeah, I got the founder 50, by the way. So it was one of those things that you never knew what to expect an investor telling you, but you just had to stay strong throughout it. Stay to your story, build up your traction, keep building your traction, and getting your story out there. And by the way, every dime of that $2 million that we raised came from networking. And so the fact that you all are here networking today is a really good show of success for your future of your companies. But that networking is where we met people. And it's through the people we met that we met other people, introduced to other people, introduced to other people that liked our story and eventually introduced us to the investor. So that was nice. We did have one investor write us a check on the spot. That never happens, by the way. That was extremely rare that it did happen to us. But yeah, that's, perseverance, and also remember that investors invest in lines and not dots. So every interaction you have with an investor, that's a dot. Some of the more successful entrepreneurs I see today are sending out newsletters and sending updates on what they're developing and what they're building and showing the traction over time. They're taking investors out to coffee to make sure that they even invest in their vertical or in their area. They're actually learning learning more about the investor. We didn't do enough due diligence on the investors that we pitched, and so we spun our wheels, wasting time talking to investors that weren't even investing in our area, weren't even investing in our geography. So make sure you do your homework first before you go out and start talking to investors, and make sure you're investment ready. And until you're investment ready, just keep building that traction and focus on that traction as you keep going. But I stepped on a lot of landmines, even many more than that. So if anybody wants to hear more stories, feel free to grab me afterwards. Thanks.
All right, pretty great. Pretty good lessons. People learned something. Anybody on this Monday? Couple head nods. Okay, all right. People online learned something. All right. Well, that was our group of people who I greatly appreciate you sharing your stories and your failures. So another round of applause for our speakers today. And so as a point, as you learn things yourself, I hope this illustrates that I know in our description we talked really a lot about this like massive failure, right? Like some failures are massive, some failures feel massive, and some failures affect you massively. And so regardless of where you are in whatever stage in your company or your career that you're at, remember to think about them in each of those places, because that's where the learning, the changing, the growing, and eventually the winning are going to come from. And so with that, I'd like to invite our speakers who are going to hang around. We are going to kind of distribute ourselves around, I think, the sort of networking area so that people have an opportunity to do Q&A. Feel free to join as a question. I think that, one other thing, Deb is going to give us a quick thing too. Nope.
I don't think I need the microphone, but no. Okay. We will be effectively shutting down at 5 o'clock, and so there is an off-site networking if you care to do that, but we're kicking you out at 5 o'clock so we can clean up and make sure we're okay for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. But thank you all for coming. It's just been really terrific today. I really appreciate it.
So, given that it is 4:08, so we don't have to bounce just yet. So I will ask our speakers to join me on stage for a quick pick, and then we'll be out in the networking area. So, and we'll open the beer cooler. Let's do it. Thank you all again for being here.